guess I'm going to go it alone again today. It's the MJ Morning Show, 6 o'clock. Oh, Roxanne, well, you're just walking in. You got your hands all full. Oh, here comes Fester. All right, well, welcome, guys. Glad you could make it. Yeah. Hey, buddy, how you doing?
I crossed the threshold, by the way.
Yeah.
As the music was still playing.
No, as it ended. All right.
You had your head buried in your phone.
Yeah. No, I'm looking down at my notes over here, just trying to figure out.
It.
All right, so 6 o'clock at the MJ Morning Show here on a Monday after the event. So we start a fresh broadcast week after the latest round. Over a 12-day period to 12, 13. First Helene on wheels. Then we got to deal with, of all things, Hurricane Milton. Oh, thank God you've answered. I mean, I can't believe that was the freaking name of that storm. I can't believe it. So on the way in, did you guys notice anything? I noticed something pretty significant this morning, at least in my life.
Traffic was back to normal.
Traffic was fairly back to normal for me. Close. I'm in much earlier than you guys, hence I'm here when the show starts.
And you're going to get a chocolate or a cookie or a big award for that.
Right. Yes.
I'm not asking for that. I'm just here when I'm supposed to be here. All right. So
I'm here till 2.
I know you're not. All right. I know. I know that there was one thing that I brought up incessantly for months and months and months, and I guess Helene and really Milton, I think, finally did it. Does anyone have any idea? What am I talking about?
I didn't notice it firsthand, but I think I know what it is.
What do you think it is?
Did the boat move?
The boat is gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
They finally got rid of the boat, so it took 2 hurricanes to get rid of the boat. If you don't know what we're talking about, we'll give you a school update here. I mean, I'm sure most people do know. I'll give you that here in a second. There's been this abandoned boat, like a 22-foot, just a fiberglass hull that's been sitting on North 4th Street right when you come off of the Howard Franklin Bridge off of 275 South at 4th Street. So you'd come off south, you'd go over both north and south lanes, over the overpass, and then right when you started to get down on the 4th Street, right where the road begins, there's been an abandoned boat, and that boat was about 25 feet off the road.
Yeah.
Just sitting there. It was there since April 19th. I know the exact date.
How do you know the date? Oh, I know how. Okay.
I remember it was April 19th because I took a picture, and I remembered the timestamp on the picture. And then, Fester, we took a photo inside the boat.
Yeah, we climbed in, climbed out.
I even posted that on my Instagram, and that boat has just been sitting there abandoned. There was also one of these abandoned boats where people just don't want to pay for the disposal fee. They just dump it. There was another one on Gandy Beach on the St. Pete side that sat there for over a year, and people were spray painting it. It was getting all kinds of graffiti, and finally, they took that away. But here's the deal. After Helene and the storm surge, the boat was pushed within like 2 feet of the road. So it was pushed from 25 feet away to 2 feet right off the road, and it was stopped by a sign. It was wedged against a sign, and that's where it stopped, or else it could have been across the road. You could have this 22, 25-foot boat across the road. And Friday, when I drove in to do the show with you guys, the boat was still there. I drive in this morning, and the boat, I was going to have a 6-month birthday party for it on October 19th.
We're going to have the cake girl make a cake of a boat.
An abandoned ramshackle boat. The cake girl, exactly. We're going to have a cake girl, just like a beat-up minnow-looking boat from the Gilligan's Island TV show.
A couple of fondant mangroves on one side and then a highway on the other.
Yeah. Anyway, so the boat is gone. 2 hurricanes finally got rid of that damn boat, which has just been abandoned. All right, school-wise, listen, we're gonna. I think we need to do a recap show. I think today needs to be. I'm not ready to talk about P. Diddy and the latest there. I mean, I think tomorrow we're gonna start getting back to normal MJ broadcast. But there's just so much still going on. So many people's lives affected. the gas lines over the weekend, some of the fights at the gas stations, the power quest. My power came back on at exactly 9:22 yesterday morning.
And when was the date that they said it was going to be back?
Well, they didn't give you a date. They said that
some of my friends, they said it was October 17th.
No.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. They're giving you stages. They were saying that, and I have the whole breakdown. So Tico, at least in Tampa and Hillsborough, that get Tico Energy, Tico was saying that X amount of customers would be restored by Sunday yesterday. Then another percentage of customers restored on Tuesday, and then another percentage, the bulk of the remainder, by Thursday, which is the 17th. So there are multiple stages in the official Tico release. So I'll get into those later on. But my power came on at 9:22 a.m. yesterday. I was down in the living room. I was sitting on the couch. I had Gatsby, all cuddled up next to me. And I was just really doing some prep on my phone. And that was a challenge also because cell service sucked on, Thursday after the storm, Friday, Saturday, and it was later on Saturday into Sunday morning. I noticed that our cell service started getting better because at my house, we always had, good 4G. And then with the advent and the installation of 5G over the last couple of years, we started getting, good 5G service at the house. And after the hurricane, after Milton, we were struggling to get like a half bar of 4G LTE. But 5G disappeared for days. So I noticed that the 4G got better. And then the 5G came back. I don't think it's up to the full signal strength that I had, but I was able to get 5G.
Yeah, it's improved a lot.
So I'm sitting on my couch in the living room, and I noticed suddenly, and of course, all the lights are off in the house, and suddenly I start getting this notice on my phone, and it's pretty instantaneous. I start getting notices from my alarm system. And I know it's my alarm system because my alarm is like a funky little envelope. It's a certain icon that goes up on the notifications. And suddenly, all these start rolling in. Alarm, power restored. I'm like, whoa, and then that was my first indication was my burglar, my security system at the house getting juiced back up and instantaneously sending notifications to my phone. And then I bolt up and I turn on the lights in the living room, and boom, we've got the power. All right, and it came back. Now, Fester.
Yes.
I was 9:22 a.m., and Fester, I know that you know also the exact time. Oh, and Roxanne, when did your power come back?
My power came back on last year. I never lost it.
You bitch. All right, I'm kidding.
No, remember I told you
I know.
losing power is the new, my kid is student of the month at school. It's a very braggy thing to say, but the factual answer is no, I didn't lose power.
No, my kid is honor roll student at Grady Elementary School
exactly.
or Coleman, whatever. So I knew that you never lost power up in West Chase. Fester, what time did your power come back?
So last night, 8:45 p.m., the house just comes alive.
Just
because I guess the kitchen lights were on, the TV was on when power went out, and all of that stuff just turned right back on. The whole house just lit right up.
Yeah, it's great.
And we're like, ha, it's back. And then you hear the air conditioner kick right on, and then you have to, you're
all those little sounds are so
like,
good. Those little hums and clicks.
And we sat there literally for like maybe 10 minutes. I ran in and out of the garage to work the motion light. It works. It works.
Yeah, look at that. All right, what time is it? 6:09. All right, schools. I guess all schools essentially are still closed in the Tampa Bay area. I think I saw one of the counties I thought might be back, but all the local schools for the like Highlands County is going to be open today, but all of the local and Citrus also. So it's like Highlands, Citrus. So we're heard, all the way up in Citrus County. So Citrus schools are open today. Highlands is open. DeSoto County out east.
You know, the school board does such a good job of alerting parents as to what day the school's opened and closed. If you're listening to us at 6:10 in the morning saying, well, Em just said all the schools, and sorry, folks, we're just not going.
So we're not going to go today.
Why does a parent have to sound like that, like some kind of Yahoo with a piece of straw in their mouth?
That's what we sound like.
Something about Citrus County. I don't know. I mean, I love Citrus County. It's beautiful. I mean, Inverness.
I'll tell you what. Let's take a quick break here, so don't get too late, and then I'll give you the school update, because there's also information on when the schools are saying decisions will be made. So I'll go through the entire list. I'll give you the inventory next. We're going to talk gas lines. We'll talk power. I mean, there's still a ton of people without power. However, most have been restored after it was over 4.5 million customers that were without power. All right, traffic's on. MJ Morning Show back in minutes. For a while, I'm going to use the Home Depot music as a rejoiner. Just because so many... I'd run Lowe's. Does Lowe's have... I don't think Lowe's has distinctive music. And, you know, for the independently owned Ace hardware stores, like those fine folks on Beta Bay in South Tampa, I don't know, Ace has the jingle, you know, Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks. It used to be man, but then I think it was, you know, that was kind of sexist, you know.
Gender appropriations type deal.
Because it used to be, Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, man. And then it changed like, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago to Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks. You know, what if you don't identify? I mean, does folks cover, if you don't identify as a he or a she, if you're like non-binary?
Yeah.
Does folks cover non-binary?
I feel like it does.
Folks, yeah.
Yes, Andrew. Yeah, Andrew.
Say it on the air. You can talk.
Andrew, turn your microphone on. Andrew's. Well, you got to tell me that. I don't know you're playing audio. All right.
Hardware man.
All right, hold on a second. Here it is. Okay, here's the old one. Go ahead, play it again.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware man.
And then you have the new one as well.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
There you go. What if they ought to do specific way? Ace is the place with the helpful hardware transgenders. What do you think?
It's a couple more syllables, but you know it's got kind of a ring to it.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware amputees. You know, if you got it like Jerry and Pate is missing an arm, you know?
What row is that on, Jerry? Over there. Can you grab it for me? No. No.
And then you walk in and Jerry says, "Hey, how you guys doing today?" And you say, "Man, I'm busier than a one-arm paper hanger." "Ooh, I'm sorry, Jerry."
Sorry,
Oh,
Jerry.
my God.
What's that?
Oh, sorry,
To come to Ace
Jerry.
Hardware just to insult me?
Oh, my God.
And
Jerry, I didn't see you were missing an
Listen.
arm, Jerry. I'm
how'd you
sorry.
lose your arm, Jerry?
You
Did it
sons
was
of bitches paint shaker accident.
I was going to say paint shaker.
Got caught in the
exactly.
ripped it
I
right
was
out.
afraid of a hazardous job, Jerry.
They don't shake paint the same way that they used to. When I used to work at Montgomery Ward, it was the small appliance and paint department, and it was like a washing machine.
Oh, that's great. That's what I want. I want a guy selling me a can opener to also mix and shake my paint.
I was the
That's-
worst paint employee ever.
Oh, dude, you were the worst employee at the Sam's Club tire department. You were embedding in linens for a while.
I've been the worst employee of every job I've ever had.
Even here on the MJ Morning Show.
Never won employee of the month.
Absolute worst.
The worst employee.
All right, 612. Make that 622. Sorry. Am I getting dyslexia all of a sudden here?
Maybe.
No.
All
just
right.
brain fog.
Some dyslexia runs in my family a little bit. All right, 622 at the MJ Morning Show. We're going to take a ton of phone calls this morning because everyone has a story to tell. And I really, truly, I want Jerry missing the arm. I want him to call in today as well. Listen, everyone has a story to tell. And I think it's therapeutic. I think it is to be able to, vent, speak your mind, talk about what went wrong, talk about what went right, talk about helpful people and neighbors. I mean, it's really going to run the gamut. So I definitely want to take some phone calls. I don't mind taking a couple of earlies right now. I want to go over schools. So while I go over schools, which, Festa was right in the last segment, that if you don't know what's going on with your local schools, then well, you probably ought to take a parenting class.
I mean, tell me you're a terrible parent without telling me you're a terrible parent.
But I'm still going to go over the information because most people know what's going on today, but do you know what's going on in the future and what the plans are? If you want to get in, obviously the aftermath of Helene on, what was that, the 26th of September?
Yeah.
And then with Milton on Thursday, Wednesday night into Thursday. If you have any observations, anything you want to discuss, anything you want to bring up, we're going to take a crap load of calls today as well here on the MJ Morning Show. 800-990-1047 gets you in right now. 800-990-1047. If you've got a gas story, if you know where there's gas open right now and no lines. Listen, the gas situation started to get better a little bit over the weekend. Saturday was still a crap fest. But Sunday, a little better. I've got a story on myself trying to get gas on Saturday morning because I picked up another Veterans Ford loaner demo, and Lorenzo said, "Hey, good news, bad news. Got a nice F-150 for you. Bad news, it only has 47 miles of range left." So, so I was on a gas quest on Saturday morning, and that's a story. That's a total freaking story. So we'll get into the gas. And then I finally found gas on Saturday night. I wasn't even looking for it. I was looking for something else on Saturday night, and I stumbled across a station that had gas and not a terrible line. So if anyone's listening right now and you see a gas station that is operating right now and the line is not terrible, or maybe the line is terrible, if you see a place that's absolutely with gas and power right now, call us. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. All right, quickly, while we screen some calls here, let me grab the school closure list. So Citrus County, all schools are open today. DeSoto County, all schools open today. Hardee County, schools will be closed today, but will reopen tomorrow. Hernando County, a professional day, and students not required to be in attendance.
Isn't today supposed to be
Columbus Day.
Yeah, so they don't acknowledge Columbus anymore because he's a colonizer. So he doesn't
so
get his holiday.
He doesn't, but they call it planning day.
Okay.
Highlands County is open today. Now, here are the major counties right here in the immediate Tampa Bay area. Hillsborough County, all schools are closed today, and there'll be an update later today for tomorrow. So by noon today, Hillsborough County will tell you exactly what's going to be going on tomorrow. Manatee County, Monday, October 14th, is a previously scheduled record day for staff. No school for students. The district also says that it hopes to reopen tomorrow for students. You'll be updated by 5 p.m. today as for what is going to happen in Manatee schools for tomorrow. Pasco, all schools closed today, and they've got facility repairs, fuel shortages, and dangerous road conditions. So Pasco, and we'll obviously get updated later today on what the plans are for the rest of the week at Pasco. Pinellas schools, all schools closed today. The district said that you had a bunch of schools still without power. There is no decision yet for Pinellas schools for tomorrow. That'll be made by noon today as well. So they're kind of on a similar track as Hillsborough. Polk County, schools closed today and tomorrow. So schools closed in Polk County Monday today and Tuesday the 15th tomorrow. Schools are expected to reopen on Wednesday. Then we've got Sarasota. All schools closed today, and we don't have an opening date for Sarasota County Public Schools, and they're hoping to somehow open early to mid this week. So pay attention. We'll have all the information, obviously, on any updates. All right, 628. Every phone is jammed. Let's go. We're going to take a lot of phone calls today. Bring up my screener, please, Fester.
You betcha.
Let me go to line. I'm going to go right down the line here. Line 1 is Safi in Tampa. Hi, Safi.
Good morning. Good morning.
What's your report, sir?
Oh, well, you were calling out Ace, Home Depot, and Lowe's. I just wanted to get a plug-in on Florida Tools Tampa Bay. We're right on Kennedy. We don't have power, but we're still serving and being open for everyone.
Yeah, I know where you are. You're right on the corner of MacDill and Kennedy.
Yeah,
you're
waiting for you to stop by.
Yeah, you're in the old. That's right. I think you invited me by in the past because you guys are in the old paint store on the corner.
Not quite, but right across from Krispy Kreme.
I'm sorry. I'm conflating. Okay, you're right near Krispy Kreme. Safi, thanks for the plug. I appreciate it. Let me grab Terry and Sefner. Hi, Terry, MJ Morning Show.
Hey, good morning. I've listened to you guys since I was very, very small. But I just went...
Like in the womb?
What is that? Very small. When you were 18 inches? What does that mean?
They say the mothers ought to, put
belly buds.
Put music next to their stomach.
Uh-huh.
Mom played the MJ Morning Show right next to her stomach.
Through her belly buds.
Yeah. Hey, Terry, what's up, buddy?
Hey, there's gas on the corner of 579 and MLK and Sefner. There's no lines, and there's gas trucks all up and down MLK into Sefner.
You're telling me that you actually saw people physically holding the nozzle and pumping at what gas station was it? What brand?
Wawa.
All right, so Wawa 579 and MLK and Sefner?
All right, hold on, Terry. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Terry. Can you use the street name? I don't know the numbers.
Yeah, what is 579?
He doesn't know the name.
I don't know.
I don't know the numbers.
I've always called it 579.
All right, but you're telling me the Wawa and Sefner near on MLK or whatever, or you're telling me that absolutely people are standing there holding nozzles, pumping gas.
I just got finished pumping.
Well, that's good enough for me. Thank you, my friend. All grades?
Hey, yeah, let me tell you something else. Yeah, all grades are up and running. Yesterday, there was a heavy police presence, which is heavy all over the place.
Yep.
But I beelined into the bathroom that I had to wash my hands, and I stepped in front of this police officer, and I'm washing my hands, and as I begin to look up, I was going to say, thank you for your service and thank you for what you guys are doing, and it was the sheriff. Chad Cronister.
Oh,
that's
wow.
Cool.
And where was this?
That was at the same Wawa's in 579 in MLK.
And it was Chad Cronister, the sheriff of Hillsborough County. Did you say hello, Sheriff? Thank you.
Yes, I did, and I got a picture with him.
Oh, that is awesome.
You know what? Your voice sounds slightly like Sheriff Cronister's too. Like,
Oh man, you got me. No, I'm just kidding.
That's a great Terry. That's a great story. Thank you. Let me go from Terry. He's a funny guy. Information and comedy at the same time. Let me go from Terry to Jerry. Jerry's in Pasco. Hello, Jerry. MJ Morning Show. You're up.
Good morning. Love your show. I'm in Pasco, right by the Grove, the crates, and no line. I just topped off at the Circle K on 54 and Oakley Boulevard.
It sounded like you were previously topping off in Ridgewood, Queens.
I'm from Queens. Yeah, absolutely from Astoria originally.
Pretty damn close. I'm trying to figure out which Queens accent you had. I said Ridgewood. I'm not that far from Astoria, man.
No. Then moved to Whitestone and just got down here 5 months ago. I'm a bus driver for Hart, trainee.
Yep. Jerry, thank you, buddy. Thanks for listening and thanks for finding the MJ Morning Show. Are you a daily listener now?
Absolutely.
All right, Jerry, I appreciate it. Have a great one, buddy. All right, let me grab Dawn in Lakeland. Dawn, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hi. I listen to you guys every morning going to work.
Thank you, Dawn. Do you have a gas report for us?
Listen to you. Yes, in Lakeland, on Banana Road, Circle K, they have gas.
And you just pumped, or you just saw people standing there actually pumping?
I pumped yesterday morning, and this morning they still have people pumping gas.
Awesome. Thank you, Dawn. Thank you for being a daily listener. Mike is in Sarasota. Hello, Mike.
Good morning. How are you?
We are well. What do you got for us gas report-wise?
On Clark Road and Sawyer Road, racetrack. I just pumped about 5 minutes ago.
All right. And what about what about a line?
No line.
All right. See, this is starting to ease, which is fantastic. Mike, thank you, my friend. I appreciate the call. Let me grab Steve, and then I got to take a break before I get too late. Steve, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Pasco, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, MJ.
Hey.
Listen to you guys every day in the morning. Love you guys. Corner of 54 and 56, Pasco County. You got a Shell gas station and a Wawa there, and there was only one car in each one. They're all open, all gassed up since last night.
Awesome.
No waiting.
That is fantastic. It looks like the panic, the craze to fill has begun to subside. We'll see when the sun comes up. There's probably going to be a little longer lines, but you have more stations that are opening up. More power is turned on, so it's just going to naturally ease from the craziness. All right, 6:34 at the MJ Morning Show here on Q105. We'll take a quick break. I'm still not going to get back to morons in the news. Just a ton of stories that we have to get to regarding the aftermath. And also, I want to go through the list of folks, businesses, tradespeople that are going to be just slammed, just jammed over the next, year. You know, I hung out with Ryan Westfall from Westfall Roofing on Saturday morning in our quest for gas. Oh, my God. You got to hear the story from Saturday morning. Holy schnit. So we'll get to that coming up. All right, 6:34, it is the MJ Morning Show here on Q105. Hey, I want to talk about my... Ago, we were talking about electricity restoration at our houses. Roxanne never lost power during the whole thing. Is that pretty indicative of all of West Chase?
Most of the West Chase area, most of the people will, and obviously in my neighborhood, but yeah, we get pretty lucky back there. My sister she is only 5 minutes from me in West Chase, and she usually loses power.
And
she's on Racetrack Road, but she kept power this
she
time.
did.
She had like a flicker. That was it.
Is she technically West Chase as well?
She's on Racetrack Road, so maybe she's not technically West Chase. Yeah, she's just on the outside of it.
I don't really have a grasp. I've been here for 30 years, and of course I've been in, believe it or not, I haven't known many people in West Chase. So
Come on over. You and Michelle. Bring Chloe, too.
Seriously, over 30 years in the Tampa Bay area, I really haven't ventured into West Chase much. And, what's that little, downtown West Chase where you like the Asian fusion place, right?
There are two. I think the Asian fusion place you're thinking of is Doodle Noodle.
But what road is that?
Montague is the little downtown area that I think you're picturing, but there isn't an Asian fusion place in there.
All right. So I know the name. My experience with West Chase, and again, it's just kind of odd that over the years I just haven't had many friends or people that I've known people live there. It's just I haven't really driven into West Chase much. My experience with West Chase is when I'm on Hillsborough, headed toward Tampa Road.
Mm-hmm.
And off on the right, I see an entrance to West Chase.
Yes.
Do you live near that?
No, I don't. that's the opposite of where I live.
All right, but West Chase is massive.
Mhm,
It's like the size of Rhode Island.
Yeah, it is. If you
Right.
turn right, well, I'm not going to give exactly where I live,
That's
but
about right.
yeah.
Yeah, she lives in Providence, and if you're trying to map West Chase according
Right.
to Rhode Island demographics.
Yeah.
So you never lost power. And I
No.
wonder, what if that was the same for most West Chase residents? That they
yeah.
didn't lose. Now, are you Tico?
Tico.
So
We're
you're Tico.
Yes.
All right, now, Fester, my power came on, as I said earlier,
Yes.
9:22 yesterday morning. And I got to be honest, I've got the power schedule from Tico right here. And, of course, you got Duke, you got, the Withlacoochee. Go to that power outage map.
I mean, Tico.
Go to the power outage map that we always go to, so we can just look at that quickly.
Is it like poweroutagemap.com?
Okay, well, yeah.
Andrew can tell. Andrew, what is the power outage map that we go to all the time? What is the URL? Do you have it?
It is poweroutage.us.
Okay, there you go. All
Thank
right,
you.
as you're typing that in, MJ, just going back a moment, I want to give you a tour of West Chase, and now I think I should give tours of West Chase.
Can I give the power outages first?
Yeah. I said as he's pulling that up, not right now on the show. I mean in general.
yeah.
I'm like, okay, why don't you come to my neighborhood?
Okay.
Here we are. I'm going to take you to all these little landmarks. But go ahead. There's the map.
All these landmarks in West Chase. Yes.
Click on Florida. If you look at the United States, Florida is the only red state, which shows. And Hillsborough County, by the way, Hillsborough has the most power outages still in the entire state of Florida. Obviously we have a dense population, but the most are in Florida. All right, Fester, hold on to that thought.
Yes.
So for Tico, for Tampa Electric, I have the restoration information, and they had a certain number of people that were going to be back online yesterday. So they had a certain percentage for Sunday, and I was thinking worst case scenario because we've had a ton of down oak trees, and I saw power lines down as well in South Tampa in the Beach Park area. But you had a certain percentage of customers that were going to be back online as of yesterday, and they thought it was going to be 55% in Hillsborough. So let me go through the various counties. Hillsborough customers and some in Pinellas for Tampa Electric saying that 55% of customers would have power restored by yesterday, Sunday, and then 75% by Tuesday, and then the remainder, except for exceptional cases of really serious damage, that everybody, for the most part, would be back online by Thursday. So I was thinking, oh, my God, worst case scenario, we're going to be all the way to Thursday, or maybe we're going to have one of the extra special conditions and we're going to go beyond Thursday. But it was just a pleasant surprise yesterday morning in Beach Park near West Shore and Kennedy for my neighborhood to come back online at 9:22 yesterday morning. And, just south of us, the hoity-toity fancy streets with the gate of Culbreth Isles, they never lost power. Yeah,
Oh, wow.
Culbreth kept power. Oh, remind me to tell the legendary myth of the MacDill Air Force Base power grid.
Ooh.
Yes. Oops. Little issue with that. No, seriously, I've heard this for years about a certain line that feeds MacDill Air Force Base, and that it never goes out for national security reasons.
So the base lost power too?
No. Hang on. Obviously they have generators, but I've got a story to tell. I'll get to that later on. So that's Hillsborough. So all customers, except for very, very rare cases, should be back on with Tico by Thursday. I guess Polk County, you're looking for hopefully all customers up by tomorrow, Tuesday. And then Pasco County, at least for Tico, they're hoping to have people online by tonight, by the end of the day today, before midnight tonight. They're hoping to have almost all the Pasco customers back online. Phones are loaded. So I'll take a few calls here, then we'll carry them over to when we come back live at 7 o'clock. But go back, Fester, go back to the main map.
Main map.
Not my call screener, the main map.
All right, main map.
All right, let me take control here.
There you go.
All right, so back over to Florida, just to let you know, again, Hillsborough County has the most customers. So in Hillsborough, there are 709,000 customers tracked, and you still have 167,000 out. That is better. There was still, yesterday, there was still 400,000 out. So they've cut that in more than half in just 18 hours or so. So that's very positive. And then Pinellas, you've got 95,000 customers still out of 567,000. Sarasota County, you have 32,000 out of about 300,000. So it's getting better all over the place. Manatee, you've got 33,000 out of 260.
That's amazing.
All right, if you're on hold, do me a favor. Let me see the call screener now.
Okay, now call screener.
If you're on hold, Jennifer, Larry, Josh, Natalie, and the others that are getting screened right now, everybody hang on. So Jennifer, Larry, Josh, and Natalie. I see we got a Cajun Navy call. Oh, I want to get Brian Stern back on from Greybull Rescue as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Try to get him on Friday, and he responded just after we shut the show down because they did a ton of rescues, privately on top of all the heroes in local law enforcement and, fire and rescue. All right. Natalie, Josh, Larry, Jennifer, and whoever's getting screened right now, hang on. I'm going to come right back to your phone calls next. We're coming right back, so don't move. Don't lose your slot because someone will take it here on the MJ Morning Show. It is 7 o'clock exactly at the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. Without further ado, right to the phones as promised. No more jibber jabber. Jennifer in Clearwater. Jennifer, hi. You're on the MJ Morning Show post-apocalypse. Go ahead.
Yes. The gas station at Circle K on Nursery in Belcher, they have gas. I just got gas. And on the pumps, they have a note saying regular only and to prepay inside.
All right, so the pay at the pump is not working with your credit card. You just got. Are they taking credit cards inside or cash only?
Yes. No, they can take credit cards inside.
Gotcha. And regular only, when I finally filled up on Saturday, I'll get into my whole gas story a little later on. When I finally got to fill up at about 7:45 on Saturday night, and I had like 40 or 32 miles of range left, on the vehicle that I'm driving. So I was finally able to fill up. They had already blown through the low grade, the mid grade, and all they had was the premium. So I didn't care at that point. I'd put premium in my weed whacker at that point. So I thank you, Jennifer, for the report. I appreciate it.
Anytime.
All right, Larry is in Manatee County. Larry, hi. You're on the MJ Morning Show on 104.7 FM.
Good morning, MJ.
Hey.
While you're giving props to everybody about the apocalypse that happened down here in Manatee County and all the other counties, you got to give a shout out to the Cajun Navy. They were here bright and early Thursday morning. I have yet to see a FEMA truck anywhere, but they came in here by the hundreds with boats, trailers full of food and water, doing anything they could to help anybody anywhere.
That is fantastic news. Now, were you rescued by the Cajun Navy, or do you know people that were rescued?
I do know of people. Unfortunately, they're not around me. 2 blocks away from me was absolutely devastated. And Thursday morning, we went up to get a view of what happened to Manatee County. And in the biggest devastation in Manatee County, there's the Cajun Navy by the hundred, and a big old convoy line pouring into that neighborhood with anything and everything. They brought all their own supplies, their own generators, their own gas, their own boats. And like I said, here it is Monday, and I've yet to see a FEMA anywhere.
Yeah, you know, there was a huge FEMA ambulance setup. Did you see the video I shot? Folks, I've got a whole bunch of videos, and actually yesterday I was able to post a video of pizza. It felt great to get out of the house yesterday. The power came back on. We, had our security system back up and running. And, because even the battery supply runs out. So we were able to get to Safety Harbor to Nona Slice House, and I shot a pizza video, and my captions even, not a hurricane video, pizza video, and it felt great. Anyway, on my Instagram, I have a ton of videos, which I'll talk about a little later on. But if you want to get a jump on it, hit my Instagram, Certified MJ Radio, and while you're there, give me a follow. And mentioning FEMA, there were 350 ambulances over the weekend staged at West Shore Plaza. Fester, do you hear about this? From all over the country, with the impending hurricane, they staged in Perry, Florida, or a lot of them up in Perry, and then they all came down I-75. There are, as of the weekend, I don't know if any have left yet, but I've got video on my Instagram. I have never seen this many ambulances, EMTs, paramedics, life support units, all parked in front of the old Sears, every single parking lot. And they even had to go around the side. Did I lose Larry? Anyway, yeah. So the point is that that was a FEMA setup. That was FEMA ambulance setup.
Look at all these.
And luckily, Fester's looking at my video right now on my Instagram, Certified MJ Radio. Folks, you have never seen anything like this. In my life, I've never seen this many ambulances in one place, just side by side by side. Every parking spot, every single row in front of the old Sears. And it's just absolutely nuts. And luckily, we didn't need all of those ambulances.
Well, they might have been dispersed there. That might have been their central meeting location. They could have been sent to.
Yeah, that was obviously the rendezvous zone. That was like home base for the ambulances to then send them where they needed to go. But back to Larry, who we just lost. Thanking the Cajun Navy down in Manatee County. You've got Greybull Rescue as well, and of course, those are the private operations, and you had law enforcement, all of the counties, fire, rescue, police, working nonstop, also helping people. And there was just so much demand that the private rescue folks really were a great assistance with our public servants and our, police, fire, rescue, which were all over the place. The number of rescues in Pinellas, the number of rescues in Hillsborough, TPD, Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, the other Pinellas agencies, Tampa Police, Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
There's Sheriff's Office deputies from every county in the state.
Oh, yeah.
And then states across the nation have come down to help.
Let me grab Jessica in Apollo Beach. Jessica, hi, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. Hello.
Good morning. I was actually with Dominic Fester this weekend shopping for a camper because our house got completely flooded in Apollo Beach. Yeah, Fester told me to call in.
Yeah, I told her. I said, listen, anytime we're taking calls, call in. Yeah.
Wow. All right, so you're looking for a camper as a place to live because your home was wrecked?
Yes.
During Helene.
We had about 2 feet of water. So everything, every appliance, every mattress, every toy.
Well, Jessica, I got to ask the question. Were you just a looky-loo, or were you a tire kicker, or were you a buyer?
I am working a deal with
Listen,
him right now.
I'll tell you right now. Get this, MJ.
Yes.
And I was going to tell you this story.
Yep.
Jessica's husband works for the sheriff's office.
Yep.
And he's
For
stationed
Hillsborough County?
At Hillsborough County.
Okay.
And he's stationed at the port, right?
Yep, because
Which is a very busy place.
Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, they provide 24-hour police protection for the port where all the cruise ships are. That's part of, they have a whole dedicated team, just the port team. Go ahead.
So he's on the port on the gas side right now because that's where they need the people.
Yep.
And I kind of even joked with him. I go, huh, it's amazing you have a couple of minutes to even come out today. You're pretty busy.
Yep.
And he's like, listen, I've been working all this time. While we're together, he gets the text. All officers report for duty right now.
Really?
Something to that effect. And he's like, I gotta go.
Gotta go.
I gotta go right now.
Right now.
So we've been talking over the phone, but
All
yeah,
right.
so he does great work.
So, Jessica, if you guys need a place to live while your home is getting repaired, pick up a camper. I'm sure this has crossed your mind. So you get a camper to live in, but then also once everything's back to normal, you're going to have a camper to travel in as well.
Yeah, we're going to have a good old camper to have a good time in, too.
Yep.
All right.
Awesome. All right, Jessica, stick with Fester. He'll take care of you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Tell Brian I'll call him later.
All right.
All right. Will do.
Bye.
So, thanks, Jessica. So, what's going on with folks who don't know, listeners that don't know the deal? Fester, obviously, with me for almost 30 years here on the MJ Morning Show.
You say it like that.
But Fester also, his other job is he sells RVs at General RV off of I-4 in Dover. And, huge operation, General RV. What have you guys seen as far as RV sales? I mean, are people coming in? I don't want to say flooding in, but are people coming in?
We've had people with just situations. A lot of people have homes they don't want to leave during the repair. They're in their community. And, if it's a matter of hooking up some sewer and a 50-amp service, you can put an RV in your yard.
Yep.
A lot of HOAs are also rolling back their requirements during these repairs.
To allow me. Absolutely. Yeah. Hey, Kenny is on the MJ Morning Show. Kenny up in Gulfview Square area, up in Newport Richey. Yeah. Kenny, hi, you're on the MJ Morning Show.
Hey, MJ, how you doing this morning?
Doing well. What do you have for us?
I just want to let you know Gulfview Square Mall is a gas distribution center this morning from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Every vehicle gets 10 gallons of gas.
And that's from the state of Florida.
Yeah, that's DeSantis set that up. So, Kenny, what do you work for the mall, or what do you do?
I'm the operations manager at the mall.
All right, so you're the operations manager at the Gulfview Square Mall, Newport Richey, and your parking lot at the mall has turned into one of the state of Florida free gas distribution sites.
That's correct.
All right, so each car can get 10 gallons of gas for free, courtesy of the state of Florida, and all you have to do is, and that's going to be 7, so it just opened up then, right?
No, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said 7 a.m. Okay, 7. So it opens up at 10 a.m.
Correct.
10 a.m. to 7 p.m., and so it's gas and diesel, correct?
I don't know if it's diesel. They only put on the paperwork gas distribution.
Okay, because I saw a news report over the weekend that some of the locations were offering gas and diesel, so I wonder if that's going to be the case. Do you have any, so 10 gallons per car, are they still allowing gas cans as well, or only cars?
Only vehicles.
All right, so no more gas tanks or no more gas cans, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, because I heard that as well. Initially, they were allowing people 10 gallons of gas, whether you put it in the tank in your vehicle or whether you put it in a gas can. And now I had heard over the weekend that they were trying to migrate to car gas tanks only. All right, Kenny, thanks for... Who owns Gulfview Square Mall? Who's the development group?
Namdar Realty.
All right, and so thank you and your company for allowing your parking lot to be used for free gas distribution up in Pasco. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, buddy. Have a good day.
You too. Bye.
All right, so that's Kenny. That's good news. Josh is in Plant City. Hi, Josh. You're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Good morning. How are you guys today?
Doing well, Josh. What do you have?
So I'm in Plant City off exit 22, right where the new Plant City hospital is, and I'm in a neighborhood called Country Woods, and we have had no power and no water since the hurricane, 5:30 p.m. Wednesday night.
All right, who is your power company? Are you Tico out there?
Tico, yes, sir.
All right. So listen, if you're still without power, that means that there are just greater problems probably downstream. Some of the feeders going to you or, in Plant City, I know that there are extensive trees down in Plant City.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah, it's extensive here. I guess one of the biggest issues is no water. And, I mean, this is a community of 1,200 homes. And we had the National Guard came in on Friday with these huge Hummer SUV vehicles trying to take people out. They had boats going down. Coming to people, over 20 to 30 people went right in front of my house because there was 3 feet of water all the way through the community.
Wow.
We're self-water powered here. We have our own center, own thing, and we were told that nobody wanted to go in and do it because of the amount of water they'd have to go through. So here we are sitting all these days, and we've had to basically use lake water to use our toilets.
Yeah, so lake water for lake water for toilets, and obviously you're not going to drink that. But do you have enough bottled water, Josh?
Yes, we've had some friends help us with that, and we've been able to help. But the hardest part is you have a lot of elderly folk who don't have vehicles, who don't have transportation.
Yeah.
And we were told FEMA would come back in, but we've never seen any more relief.
What about water levels now? Do you have any flooding in any of the areas still?
No, the water's all gone down now, but there's been extensive damage in our area. And you've probably seen the news with the free gas station set up. I saw it on the news last night.
Yeah.
It was backed up for 2 and 3 miles for people to get gas.
Yeah, in Plant City, they're doing it at Plant City Stadium.
Yeah, the bottom line is now with the gas supply getting better, the port is working. And I'll get into, I've got several port stories that I want to get into because you've got Port of Tampa where gas comes in, and you also have Port Tampa. So you down near MacDill Air Force Base, a little south of Robinson High School on the South Tampa Peninsula. You've got a terminal there for gas, and then you also have the gasoline terminal near, around where the shipyard is, and down off of 22nd. Down around, past downtown, past, Harbor Island. So you've got a couple of places. And then also you've got gas that goes into Port Manatee. There's a little notch. There's a little cutout, Port Manatee where some gas comes in. And everything is operating now.
Good.
So,
the biggest thing is hopefully get the power and the water, because the water is the biggest thing for people, because just the sanitation issues alone, going for 4 days without water is just unbelievable.
There's no doubt about it. Josh,
right.
Do me a favor, Josh. Keep us up to speed here, and I wish you the best, but keep us apprised, okay?
All right. Thank you, sir.
Josh, thank you. Let me grab Natalie in Tampa. Oh, what I was going to say about the free gas. I think it's a great gesture, but now that supplies are easing up, don't wait in line for 3 hours for 10 gallons of free gas. It's you figure, it's like $30 worth of free gas. Is your time spent better if you can just go to a gas station now and fill up for $30 versus waiting for hours to get 10 gallons of free gas? Hey, some people are going to do it. I'm just trying to, from a time economy basis, might not be worth it. That's what I'm saying. Natalie in Tampa. Hi, Natalie. You're on the MJ Morning Show. What's going on? Oh, I got to select her line. Hang on a minute. Natalie, I'm sorry.
Hello?
Yeah, Natalie, you're on. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I live in Sonoma, Florida. We've been out of power and water since Wednesday, but on a brighter note, I work downtown. I am not a member of a gym, but I'm going to bathe this morning at the YMCA for $15.
Hold on. So the YMCA is going to charge $15 to let you bathe?
Yes, sir. But guess what? I haven't had a bath since Wednesday, so it's well worth it.
All right, so I agree with you on that part, but why wouldn't the YMCA offer free showers to the community for hurricane victims?
It is the Young Man's Christian Association, isn't it?
Well, I called because I'm not a member of a gym anywhere,
Right.
and I work downtown Tampa, and I called the Y here where I work, and they said I would have to purchase a day pass, and I said, how much? They said $15, and I could use all their amenities. But my main thing is that if you live near a Y and you want to pay $15 to take a hot shower,
you buy a day pass.
It might be worth it.
All right. So listen, now if you can use everything, maybe 15. I was going to say just for use the bathroom or the shower that they ought to just maybe allow that for free.
YMCA should help out a little more if that's not the case already. All right, Natalie, just for $15, that was worth it right there.
See, yeah, you got your money's worth. You got that song.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. I needed the laugh.
You're welcome.
Now that's what we're trying to do here.
You know, Natalie, if you were really desperate, I
Thanks.
guess you could have gone to like some of these truck stops, right? Don't they have like trucker showers?
Oh yeah,
They
that's right.
do, but I'm worried about the cleanliness, you know?
Yeah.
I'm
Listen,
sorry.
Yeah, Flying J, the pilot, loves get a trucker shower.
They clean them all.
What about going through a car wash? What about just putting your body through a car wash?
You could
I
have.
know, no joke.
You could have
Hey,
gone.
you guys, thank you so much.
Natalie, you could have gone to one of the truck stops, go to the female showers, and tell them Large Marge sent you.
Oh, what's your name? Hey, Natalie, we're gonna be installed 6.
All right. Natalie, good luck. Thank you for calling.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
You know, in hindsight, Natalie could have got herself a day pass at a spa for a few dollars more and had like her nails done and then had all the amenities.
Yeah, really. Hey, Miguel, Donald, Chris, and Andrew's screening like 5 of the lines. By the way, Natalie's line just opened up. Any aspect of this, folks, any angle, any story, where are you finding gas right now with no lines? Fire up the phones. We're going right back to phones when we get back. We're your therapy here, folks. The MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. We just want to be helpful. We want to help reduce anxiety. We want to be part of the process of getting back to normal. All right, so Natalie's line is open. 800-990-1047 gets you in. We'll go right back to the phones next. So everyone that's on hold, don't lose your spot. And we'll go right back to phones. I've got a couple of the gas stories I want to tell regarding the distribution. Got a bunch of interesting little stories and facts that you're not really hearing on the news that I have like firsthand from law enforcement and operations people when it comes to gas. All right, so, look at Miguel as far as how long he waited for free gas. All right, hold on a minute. Look at the phones. All right, right back to your calls next here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. 2 college brothers moving in storage. Every once in a while, I want to hear the most obnoxious rejoin bumper in my inventory. You know, just every once in a while.
It makes the other ones that we love so much more appreciated.
No, I like that. I like the old
Peppy.
guy. Remember they used this in the Six Flags commercial with the old guy dancing all around, coming out of that wacky bus.
Mhm.
All right, 7:27 at the MJ Morning Show. I'm just going through my list, and we got to go through some gas issues. There were like a dozen dump trucks in my neighborhood yesterday. The city of Tampa really using outside contractors now. I saw dump trucks from all over the place. I'll get into that. I joined the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and one of their cut teams for a little time on Saturday. And you got to see the pictures on this. So Chad Cronister, Sheriff of Hillsborough County, sent out teams of deputies with chainsaws to just cut trees out of people's driveways and out of streets that were being blocked. And just remarkable work. And I was able to join one of the cut teams and give some assistance on Saturday. So we'll get into that in just a bit here on the MJ Morning Show. Right back to phones as promised. And then let me clear out some of these phones and let's get into some of the stories and the list that I have of just so many different angles that we need to discuss in the aftermath of Helene and now Milton, obviously, from Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Miguel is in Bradenton. Hi, Miguel. You're on the MJ Morning Show on 104.7 FM Q105.
Good morning, MJ. Good morning, Fester, Roxanne.
Hi.
Boy, have I have a story for you guys. I'm a former Microsoft Surface Pro winner from Brooksville.
All right.
Wow. How's that Microsoft Surface go? Hopefully.
It's awesome. It's awesome. We moved here to Bradenton.
By the way, thanks to Don, the IT guy, for and also Kemp Law Group and Two College Brothers. Yeah. So thanks to all our sponsors on that for the Surface Pros that we gave away. Go ahead, Miguel.
So the big mistake was moving from there, but what happened was Dad passed away in April, and we couldn't afford Brooksville anymore, so we moved here to a 55 plus. The power went out, and of course the fuel tank went down, and we had to go get our scripts and stuff, and my son and I just got in the car and said, let's, we got our power back on Saturday, thank God, and we started watching the news and the governor saying, come here, get free gas, blah, blah, blah. So we gave it a shot. So we went over to Tom Bennett Park on 64 here in Bradenton. It's where they're staging and they're giving out the Army National Guard free water and load you up with ice and stuff like that.
Yep.
So we waited approximately 5 hours, but it was worth it.
You waited 5 hours for what commodity?
For free fuel, 10 gallons.
All right, so that was the state-issued 10 gallons of free fuel, and you waited for 5 hours.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There were people butting in line. The sheriff took care of that. It was almost like if you're back in the school lunch line and somebody bully cuts you.
Yeah.
They send you to the back of the line,
Exactly.
or they embarrass you and they tell you to take a hike. The sheriff was not playing with that stuff.
Yeah, 5 hours for gas. Hey, Miguel, sounds like something I did on Saturday morning. I waited 5 hours not for free gas. I waited 5 hours for paid gas. Yeah, and then it turned into a giant cluster. All right, Miguel, go ahead.
Listen to this one. I was in the line 4 hours. They were expecting a tank here at the racetrack on Bradenton on Cortez Boulevard, on Cortez Road, and my son calls me from Naples. He's a Marine, and he says, Dad, there's free gas. I mean, not free gas. You can go to Route 70 right now. I called the racetrack there. I get there, wait an hour and a half, almost 2 hours. I kid you not. One car in front of me, the sheriff comes and says, no more gas.
Oh, no.
I'm on E, and I'm chancing it. I'm like, oh, my God, am I going to make it back home about at least 5 miles down the road?
Well, hold on. They ran out of gas, the car in front of you?
Hour and a half. I'm like happy, everyone's filling up. These big trucks coming by.
Yeah.
So you
These
waited.
Huge monster trucks are like bullying everyone, and I had to call the sheriff. They have to come and restore law and order.
Well, yeah, and at a lot of gas stations, the police departments, the sheriff's offices were there just to keep law and order. Hey, Miguel, I got to run, buddy. Thanks a lot for calling, though, and I wish you the best. Donald's in Plant City. Donald, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing fine. Go ahead.
I got a cousin that works over there. I'm not gonna say the Port of Manatee or the Port of Tampa, but he works at one of them.
Yep.
And they usually got 12 systems that fill up semi trailers because they either dump into either diesel or gas into it because they don't carry mixed loads or anything like that. They carry strict loads right now.
Right.
And well, come to find out, I guess 4 of them are down right now, and that's why it's a little harder for them to get it out there.
Oh, well, listen, we don't know who. No one knows who your relative is. But so which port is it?
There's only two that distribute it, and I don't want to.
Well, listen,
we don't want to guess either.
Hold on, you got Port Tampa down, near MacDill Air Force Base. Yeah. You've got Port of Tampa, which is over near downtown, and then you got Port Manatee with their smaller facility there. So which one? You got 3. Which one was it?
All right, Port of Manatee. It's right there next by the Mosaic.
Listen, it's understood that you're going to have some damage, some flooding, you had electrical issues, and in fact, I want to get into that in a second. So, Donald, turn your radio up, and I do have some information regarding the gasoline at the ports, directly from good sources, and I'll get to that in just a second.
The storm hit Manatee County. I'm actually surprised only
the storm hit Sarasota technically. Hit Siesta Key, but obviously, just north. Yes, Andrew. Hang on a minute. Mark in Manatee County is a deputy, and Andrew wants me to take him quickly. Mark, hi, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Yes, you're a Manatee County deputy sheriff?
Yep.
What do you have?
Well, I just wanted to say that, I really appreciate everyone cooperating yesterday, and we really tried to facilitate everything the best that we could and try to make it fair for everybody.
What have you
And,
seen out there? For the most part, you think people have behaved nicely with some isolated cases?
Yeah, for the most part, I would say that's pretty much it. Everyone's been doing a great job, and just wanted to say that we really appreciate everybody coming together in Manatee County and really making it a good place to live. And people have really come together in this area since the tragedy of the hurricane.
Well, Helene, now Milton. So, Mark, I would imagine since Thursday you've been on 12-hour shifts every day, correct?
Every day, past 5 days.
Gotcha. And what has your general assignment been in the part of Manatee County that you're working? What have you been doing for the most part?
Our typical duty assignments, but we've been really, our sheriff is phenomenal down here, Sheriff Wells, and he really kind of put everybody out there to really help the citizens here, and did a really good job of kind of facilitating everybody getting into the gas stations, getting as much gas, free ice, and water that we could give out with the National Guard, and we did a really good job. We've been, at all the gas stations, transporting the tankers down from Port Manatee, and doing a really good job with everything.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Mark, thanks for phoning in, and thanks for your service to Manatee County, Deputy Sheriff. There was a fight, and I've heard this from several law enforcement. There was a nasty fight, and I think it's caught on video. I didn't see the video yet, but there was a fight at a Wawa on 301, I believe, right near the Hard Rock. And
on Hillsborough Avenue,
yeah,
the one right across the street
well,
from.
Is it Hillsborough? Yeah, so right over near
right
the
across from the Hard Rock
is a Wawa.
Yeah, right before I go to the Hard Rock to gamble, I always get a Wawa sub, so I know that the Wawa.
Was it your good luck thing? Is that
I'm
like
gonna be sitting at the blackjack table?
Gotta wear your good luck hat like Goodfellas?
If I'm gonna be sitting at blackjack tables for 8 hours, I want to be well fed before I walk in.
Yeah.
But there's a Wawa right across the street on Hillsborough Avenue, and then not far closer to the fairgrounds, there's a couple of them near 301.
Yeah, so there was a fight at one of those Wawas, and apparently it was a nasty fight over gasoline.
Tensions are high everywhere, especially if you let yourself get worked up over this.
Oh, yeah.
Chris is in Lakeland. Hi, Chris. You're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hello.
Hey, MJ. Morning, everyone.
Yes.
Just wanted to let you know that Crunch Fitness, we're members of Crunch Fitness, and they sent a huge message out to anyone that's without power or
water.
Can't get a hot shower or whatever.
Yep.
That anyone's welcome in there to Crunch Fitness to get a free shower.
That's fantastic.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
Now, that is very nice. So, Crunch, thank you. That is a very nice gesture. Chris, thank you. Justin is in Clearwater. Justin, MJ Morning Show on 104.7 FM Q105. Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Yes, Justin, you're up.
Hey, just wanted to let some of the callers know I've heard about Crunch Fitness and their promo. Planet Fitness has one going on. It's $15 a month. And from what I've seen, they have really good showers there.
Yeah, that's like a membership, though, what you're talking about. I mean, Crunch Fitness is letting them walk in just to take a quick shower and no strings attached.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. If you don't have a Crunch Fitness around you, then the Planet Fitness, and they're nationwide, and I've been at quite a few of them, and I have no complaints yet.
Thank you, Justin. Appreciate it.
He sounds like he's in great shape.
Candace in Palm Harbor. Candace, hey, dude, I lost 8 pounds last week. I'm down 8 more pounds because of all that sandbag stuff. Oh, and what do I do with my 150 sandbags? We'll get into that later on. No, seriously.
It's a real deal.
It's a real deal. If they weren't wet, if they weren't flooded, contaminated, I'll get into that. Candace, you with us?
Yes, I am. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning from Palm Harbor. Welcome, Candace.
Yes. I just wanted to give like a quick little PSA because I don't know if it's been talked about yet, but there's been multiple people in the Palm Harbor area that have gone specifically to like the certain gas stations like the Speedway off of 19, and they've actually gotten bad gas. Apparently there was water that got into the tanks, and these people didn't know, and when these stations filled up with gas, they went there and got gas. I believe it was mostly like people who got premium, but then their cars ended up breaking down shortly after getting gas. So I'm not sure how many stations are experiencing this issue, but that's something to be considered.
Absolutely. Listen, the conditions are so extenuating. Having up to 18 inches of rain in some places, the Helene flooding just 12 days earlier. It would seem likely that some stations might have some tank intrusion and some water contamination in the tanks, and that kind of sucks to add insult to injury. But clearly, not intentional. But Candace, thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Have a great day, guys.
You too. Leanne and Brandon. Then I want to go through some of our stuff because we're low. Fester, you hurt yourself this morning?
Don't even get me started.
Oh, all right. Fester took a fall.
That's what I get.
No.
You need a life alert. I've fallen and I can't get up. You need a life alert bracelet.
I didn't think I was going to make it up.
Let me just grab Leanne here, and then that's enough calls for a minute. We're going to take a lot more calls later on, but I just kind of have a list of things we need to go down. All right, Leanne in Brandon, you're up. MJ Morning Show.
Hi, guys. So I was just reporting yesterday, Lakewood in 60 in Brandon. I wasn't even trying to get gas. I was just going down Lakewood, and the line was so long for that Wawa. People were running. They were going the opposite way in traffic, running people off the road into bushes. I did a U-turn in a development and just went home. I was like, oh, this is enough peopling for me. But it was insane. But the Wawa on 301 and MLK, for anyone looking for gas, that line is cruising. Super smooth, 10 minutes in and out.
So right now, Wawa at 301 and MLK?
Yeah, pretty quick.
Well, that's great to hear. Thank you for the report, Leanne.
Yeah, have a good day, guys.
Let me just grab one more here. Linda in St. Pete. Linda, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Welcome.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning to you. Do you have a gas report for us?
I do. I spent the night on Tierra Verde with my sister because she had power and air. But driving home this morning at 7 o'clock, I was the fourth person in line at the Rebel station on 54th and 31st.
That is tremendous. Thank you very much for the report.
In St. Pete.
Take care.
In St. Pete. All right, Fester, quickly, and then I'll talk about.
I don't even know if I want to talk about it.
Nah, we got.
It's pretty embarrassing.
We got to talk about this, and then I'll talk about my 5-hour fiasco at Walmart. At
5 hours.
Oh, yeah.
That is so unlike you.
It is. But listen, it's. You get into, try to get it now versus later. Is it going to get worse?
Always get it later. They're refueling. Things are being repaired.
I had 31 miles of range left on
so you don't go somewhere for a couple of hours.
All right, I'm
so mad at you.
I'll explain in a second. Hold on a minute. All right, so Fester, you fell this morning. I'm glad you're intact.
Mostly intact. So get this. I have an alarm on my phone, right? I'm in my car. I know the show's starting in a couple of minutes. I have an alarm that says 2 minutes and 30 seconds until showtime. So I get out of my car, start walking to the door of our building.
Uh-huh.
We have a little key card access pass.
Right.
And then come whipping through the parking lot, another morning show guy, right?
Right.
And he's like, "Oh yeah, Chico, hold the door for me. I gotta get in."
Must have been JR.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm sorry, it's Orlando.
Hey, Gordo, hold the door for me, man. Hold the door. I lost my key pass.
Right. So Orlando slowed you down.
No, it was old Nandy over at Maxima, and I love the guy. But so I'm like, hurry up.
Hey, it's not his fault.
It's not his fault. It's not his fault.
Cut to the chase.
It's semi his fault. I'm like, hurry up. I got to go. He's like, hold on. Give me 1 minute. I got to get my bag. I'm like, damn it. Now I know I'm going to be late for the show. And I'm like, screw this. I'm going to kick the rain mat. The foot mat.
The floor mat. The doormat.
Floor mat. I'm going to kick it to it jams in the door. The door won't close. He could weasel his way in, and I don't have to wait for him.
Right. Good idea.
So I kick the mat. And then I trip over the mat
that you kicked to hold the door.
I just kicked I completely kicked it into the building. The mat is in the building in the little vestibule area right there.
How is your situational awareness so sucky that you trip over the mat that you just kicked in place to hold the door open?
I couldn't pick my fat foot up the 3 inches to get over the floor mat that I just kicked to hold the door for Nandy.
So you fall down like Humpty Dumpty?
Well, it wasn't just a fall.
Humpty Fester had a great fall?
It was like a 5-step. Whoa.
Oh, I hate those.
So in my mind.
You're building up further momentum.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm going through this. I'm not going to fall. I'm going to fall. I'm not going to fall. I'm going to fall. And then it's like, oh, crap, you're going down.
Oh, there's got to be some security footage of this. I need to see this.
Is there security footage? And then, boom, I land on, I hit a knee first. I am flat, fully frontal flat with 2 Yeti cups, 3 backpacks.
My God.
All kinds of crap.
We got to get the Clearwater Aquarium out when they do the manatee rescues with the big giant tarps and cranes to pick you up.
And then
it's like a beach whale deal.
I finally get my ass back up.
They got to put water in your blowhole.
And then Nandy walks in. He's like, And he didn't see me kick the doormat. He's like, "Oh yeah, Chico, man, you should sue this place, man. You see what happened to you, man? That's not good, man. You're too fat to be falling like that, man. You can break your knee, man." And I'm like, "Yeah, thanks." And then I had to run up the stairs with a busted knee.
You should have just waited for him and held the door.
But then if I were late to the show,
haste makes waste,
so
doesn't
I'm
it?
sitting here gimping around with a big old bruise on my left knee.
All right, anyway.
That is a thing, though, when you know exactly how much time you have, and then someone walks in with you, even if they walk in front of you and they're a slow walker.
Oh, man.
Let me give you the gas stories that I have as far as the port. And listen, the end result is gas stations are opening. It was a combination of some port issues, some electricity problems, apparently some channel problems as well, but some flooding problems down south with South Tampa and the terminal and the rack over there. But for the most part, we do have fuel that is flowing, and gas stations are opening up. The lines are going down dramatically. We've just had, a dozen reports from people saying that the lines aren't too bad. So it's going to ease. It's going to get better every single day, and it started really getting better yesterday. But also, you still have some of the gas stations have fuel in the ground, but they don't have power. Let me tell you what needs to be addressed. The Florida Legislative Act back in 2006 to address what happened in 2004 after the multitude of hurricanes hit the state, clearly it's still deficient. The ability for gas stations that have no power to have generators or generator hookups via the transfer switches that were supposed to be installed. There's a whole criteria for gas stations built after 2006. And it just seems that we still had a colossal failure. The whole gas station legislative issue needs to be readdressed in the upcoming session early next year.
Well, the weakness in that, MJ, is that the gas station has got to want to open the facility.
Yeah.
I mean, if they we have the power to have a generator, but if they don't have access to one, or they don't want to open that particular location for either staffing issues or whatever else, that's not addressed in the law.
Let me give you some intel that I have regarding the port of Tampa, and gas is really starting to flow. There are tanker after tanker waiting. You got escorts from police agencies. I'll get into that. This is what I know about the downtown Tampa area port of Tampa, that the tanker ships offload fuel. They were some of the tankers bringing the gas in over the weekend were unable to come into port due to issues with the port and the channel. There were 3 ships standing by to come into port after the storm. The Port Authority worked around the clock to fix the port issues. There were some electrical issues, and also I'd heard there was something with the channel. I don't know exactly what that was, but they did work diligently to get these ships into port to then get the gasoline and the diesel offloaded. I'm hearing there are plenty of the 18-wheeler tanker trucks to distribute gas. They are lined up. There are tons of trucks that have the ability to load with the fuel and then get them to the gas stations. So that is a very positive thing, and we're starting to see that flow. As far as what I know regarding the port of Tampa, downtown, Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office is escorting tanker trucks going to stations across the county. TPD, Tampa Police, is escorting fuel trucks to stations within the city of Tampa. And then Florida Highway Patrol is escorting tanker trucks outside of the county to other counties like Pinellas and Tapasco and Topolk and Manatee and other areas. So you've got multi-law enforcement agencies here working to help distribute the fuel and get these trucks. Listen, you're like the police escorts. It's really, I think, helping them. It's also a sign of law enforcement and law and order. I don't think anyone, it's not quite Mad Max where they're going to hijack the tanker truck at gunpoint.
No, but you know what? If a tanker truck has to wait at the lights and just waiting through traffic, it's going to double the time.
You know what I'd like to know?
What?
Christopher
Yeah.
and Paulie Walnuts, would they be hijacking fuel trucks at this point? Hey, Tony,
Hey, Tony. We got a tanker truck full of
we got. Hey, I put the truck with the VCRs on ice right now. I got a tanker truck with gas.
The VCRs.
So
yesterday, I'm traveling on Florida Avenue at Bush.
Right.
My son and I went to get some ice cream. Bo's Ice Cream was closed, so we went to Revolution Ice Cream. If you've never been, you should make a trip.
Of course I've been. Yeah, so Revolution, the first time I had Revolution ice cream, which is good stuff.
Right.
The first time ever was the location in that little strip down in Brandon.
Okay, that was the original location.
The original location, Brandon. Michelle and I were coming back from West Palm. This is like probably 12, 13, 14, years ago. And we're driving down, State Road 60 through Brandon. And we're like, man, ice cream would be good. There's a Dairy Queen up there. And then we see Revolution Ice Cream. We pulled in. And that was the first time I ever had Revolution. It was like maybe 15 years ago out in Brandon. And I'm sure they're still out there, I would imagine.
Yeah, they are.
And then they opened up in Seminole Heights.
Okay, so I went to the Seminole Heights location.
In the red brick building.
Right. So they lost power.
Yep.
They got power back yesterday morning.
Right.
And then the owner from Brandon dropped off a couple of gallons of ice cream.
Gotcha.
So we get in there, limited menu. Ice cream was great. We're driving back up toward Lutz on Florida Avenue. At Bush, I don't know how familiar you are with this intersection, but there's a train track that cuts through the traffic line.
Yeah, Bush, that's where the Blue Pearl vet is right there, right?
Yeah. I've seen that there.
The Walmart market's there. And
right, isn't there the vet right over there near the
it's just a little bit east of it, right?
So I'm at Bush in Florida.
Yeah.
And we're in traffic. We're in line waiting to cross Bush Boulevard going northbound. And we hear sirens. So the first couple of cars, they shoot through the intersection. I pull up on the intersection and I see a car. I see the sheriff's deputy, and I stop. I let them pass, and they're escorting a fuel tanker.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the train tracks, and my son looks up and says, "Daddy, train." I'm like, "What?"
Oh, there's a train coming?
I'm like, "Daddy, train."
Are you serious? A train was coming?
I look to the left, and it's way off. It's like 500-600 yards off.
Dude, when it comes to a train, that's not that far off.
I mean, these aren't speeding trains either, but I can see the light of the train, and I'm on the tracks.
Oh, my God.
I mean, the ding, 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 ding bars haven't lowered yet.
They're about to lower it down on your Cadillac, your 2010 Cadillac.
I can't go forward because there's the emergency vehicles.
You know what? I've got to be honest. If the bars came down, it couldn't damage your paint anymore.
No, I really wouldn't. But, I mean, we were freaking out for a second. I'm thinking, this is like a horror movie. I'm waiting for the officers to escort the tanker truck through, and I have a train coming at me. So, needless to say, after the officer...
Would have melted your ice cream.
It would have. After the officer escorted the tanker, we were able to get through.
All right, so that's Port of Tampa. Let me give you what's going on and I don't want to mention any names, but I had it kind of directly from a horse's mouth regarding the fuel out of South Tampa, not downtown Port Tampa.
What do you mean I don't want to mention anything? Gas
hang
Gary?
on. So
Diesel David?
I gave you the deal at Port of Tampa.
Right.
This is down near MacDill Air Force Base, and the fuel that comes in there, let's see, because I was asking about the Shell and Motiva. Motiva is no longer the terminal in Port Tampa. Global Partners bought them about 24 or so. Other Motiva. They bought a bunch of Motiva terminals a while ago. So now it's Global. Global owns not Motiva any longer. There is no Shell. There used to be Shell down there, but Motiva bought Shell, and then Global bought Motiva. The only other terminal in the area is Chevron.
Okay.
And they're in the process of coming back online. Global is up and running and moving trucks. And as I mentioned, Chevron will be soon. None of this is really confidential, but please don't mention any names. Anyway, so it looks like fuel is running from all of the ports now. So Port Tampa, Chevron, I don't know if they're back up and running, but Global is, and then you have all of the racks and the fuel coming in downtown. So, and then you have Port Manatee. So it looks like everything is sort of back up and running.
Yeah,
now,
those tanker trucks will be whizzing up West Shore Boulevard below Gandy.
Right. So now on to my little 5.5 hour fiasco. On Friday night, 10:45, I'm like, listen, I'm going to just venture out late and try to fill up this this Veterans Ford pickup truck that I picked up. Because, listen, I told you the honest truth. What I did, I had a Veterans Ford F-150 Platinum I was driving. Our X5 BMW is in the shop right now, and that's a whole different thing with repairs. I think that I think my repair rate is getting janked up a little bit, so I'm dealing with that. It just seems that the estimated hours of labor to change out a starter, it just seems very excessive. So I'm dealing with an issue with the repair.
They can always give you the wrench if you want.
Yeah, so I'm dealing with an issue right now, and the insurance company's involved, and they're calling some shenanigans as well. So that's another thing that I need to deal with, and I'll keep the audience fully apprised on that. But 18 hours of labor to put in a new starter. A $793 part.
That seems high.
Seems a little excessive.
What's the shop rate? Like $200 an hour?
$260 an hour.
All right. That seems a little high.
Yeah. So I've got a whole deal here with my BMW repair that I'm dealing with, and the insurance company they're going to send an inspector. My insurance company is USAA, and it's a really great company. Because of our military connection through Michelle and her family, and Michelle's. Father, U.S. Marine Corps for 28 years. So we have USAA. And so they're actually sending an on-the-ground inspector to check things out. And I'm a little leery on a couple of things here. So I'll fill everybody in on that. I'm not pulling any punches. I'm going to call every shot as I see them. This whole storm situation, I'm going to call every shot I'm not protecting anybody. All right? I'm going to call all shots as I see them. And if I lose some things, then so be it. I don't give a flying crap.
So I just went to Google.
I'm just going to tell the truth.
I typed into Google labor hours to install a starter.
Yeah, it should be a couple hours.
It says 2 to 4 hours.
Yeah, I don't know where they're getting 18 hours, but I haven't mentioned any names yet, but do
your work.
I've got some kids. I'm the wrong guy to pull games with. All right,
your car stuff.
Yeah, your work.
I'm the wrong guy to do that. All right. So anyway. Where was I? Gasoline.
Yeah,
so,
you waited 5.5 hours.
Well, here's the deal. So the BMW. Oh, and then there's a great ending to that story. So the BMW's in the shop, and I haven't heard boo because I think the dealership lost power. So I'm dealing with. My car's in the shop. It's not a totaled situation. There was no water in the vehicle. So apparently it's just a starter that is giving me the error message. And the car was still driving fine. Just was getting an error message about the drivetrain. So that car's in the shop. Lorenzo from Veterans Ford, one of our great sponsors here on the MJ Morning Show, gave me a Ford F-150 Platinum to drive. Gorgeous truck. I mean, really, really nice truck. And here's the deal. With Milton coming, he gave me it after Helene to drive, because they're a sponsor on the program. I'm a compensated endorser, and they're an excellent sponsor. Veterans Ford.
They have demo models for people to loan.
They have a huge inventory right now. So it gives me the unit. And with Milton coming, the last thing I want is to be responsible for this gorgeous, F-150 Platinum Edition. So I said, Lorenzo, I'm bringing it back. I want you to have this vehicle.
I don't want it on my watch.
And he said, listen, if something happened, you're not on the hook, MJ. I said, listen, I feel better if I take it back. I'm going to Hertz to the airport because we got a good connection at Hertz. I'm renting Michelle a big SUV, and I'm renting myself the highest pickup truck that they have. So at Hertz, Michelle got a Wagoneer, a nice Wagoneer, and then I got a Ram 2500, which really sat up high. It was a high pickup truck.
Yeah.
So that's what I had. And, I took out all the liability, all the waiver, the damage. I said, I want everything. Typically, when I rent a car, I rent it with my American Express card, and between my insurance company and Amex, I'm fully covered. So I waive all of the daily insurance coverages, and I said, give me everything. And I said, what am I covered for? They're like, if a tree smashes this thing in half, you're covered. I said, what if the hurricane picks it up and it's floating in Tampa Bay? You're covered. So I got the rental cars, so whatever happened to the rental cars, I'm covered. All right. So then on Friday, I brought the truck back. Michelle still has the Wagoneer. I brought the pickup truck back on Friday back to Hertz at the airport. Everything's great. And I go to pick up another F-150. So I had just filled up the F-150 Platinum, like $90 worth of gas. I mean, I just filled up the whole vehicle.
Before you dropped it off.
Before I dropped it off. Before I'm like, but what happened was that car got placed up on top on the parking garage, and they were without power. So he gave me another new F-50, the power boost. So Ford has that F-150 with a generator.
Yeah.
Where in the back of the bed, you can run like half your house off the vehicle. So he gives me one of these brand new F-150 power boosts to drive. And again, very nice truck. And Lorenzo says, hey, MJ, got some good news and some bad news. Good news is here's another F-150 for you to drive. Bad news is it's only got like 50 miles of range. Because these things aren't all filled up until delivery.
Right.
Until someone buys them, then the dealership fills it up with gas for you. So I by the time I get home and I'm driving around looking for gas, I'm down to 31 miles. So I go to Walmart on Friday night at 10:45, and they have private security out there. They had just closed. They had just shut things down. The security guide says, hey, James, he's a music guy, rapper and everything. So James says to me, hey, little tip, back open at 7:30 in the morning, plenty of gas, and another load is on the way. So I'm like, all right, if you're going to open at 7:30, I'm going to get there early. I was there at like 4:45. I was the third person in line.
All right.
And they had it all blocked off, so you couldn't get into the pumps yet. They had it all coned off, so you had to wait in the Walmart parking spots.
So you waited for almost 3 hours?
Hang on a minute.
In your car?
Hang on. Listen,
right.
listen to the story. So I said, all right, so us three, we're here first. Where do you want us to go? And he puts us in this lane right across from the opening. So an aisle of parking spaces at Walmart right before the opening to get into Wawa. He says, you guys line up over here. So the first people line up there. Then this is 4:45, 4:50 in the morning. Then 5 o'clock. And the place just starts blowing up. There are cars all over the place. And we were supposedly going to be in the first lane. There are easily over 1,000 cars. Every single parking space in Walmart and Best Buy were taken because they didn't want people in the roadway as you get in and out of the parking lot. So they had everyone go into the aisles and into the parking spots. Every parking spot at Walmart at 275 in Dale Mabry got filled up. And then people are in all of the aisles as well. So I texted the chief about 5 a.m., 5:30, and I said, Chief, there are no police out here, just one private security guard. Walmart is going to be absolutely jammed. So Chief Burkall, TPD, says on it. And before you know it, there are like 6 or 7 TPD cars there, trying to keep
order. Just to manage the situation.
Just to manage, because I don't want fights to break out. And then this is what sucks, is then they decide they're going to change the order of how they're going to load. So the next aisle over was going to be first, 300 cars maybe ahead of me and the other 2 people that got there. And James said, listen, I got you. I'll let you queue up in that first part. Right. The people that were there first, I'm going to let you queue up over there, which is only fair.
Right.
I'm not asking to jump any line.
But I was first.
I was the third person there at 4:45 in the morning to get gas. All right, it gets better. Tanker truck shows up a little after 6 o'clock, dropping another 8,800. A Pilot Flying J truck shows up to the Walmart gas at 275 in Dale Mabry, and he's got 8,800 gallons, and he's dropping it into the ground. Puts it in. All right, they're supposed to open up at 7:30. Oh, Ryan Westfall is out. So I tip off Ryan Westfall from Westfall Roofing.
Yeah, he's got trucks, right?
So
is it for his personal vehicle?
He had no, because he has a Tesla. So for his personal, so he brought some gas cans for some of the roofing trucks, and I said, listen, just throw your gas cans in the back of the pickup truck, and just so we don't have 2 cars.
We'll load them up together.
We'll load them up. We'll keep another car out of the line. So he parked way across over by Best Buy, walked over with the gas cans. So he's sitting with me. 7:30 comes. They're supposed to open nothing. 8 o'clock comes. Supposed to open up. Nothing. 8:30. Nothing. Then finally, the sun is up at this point. There are over 1,000 cars at the Walmart waiting to fill up Saturday morning. Then we start hearing rumors that they can't get the pumps working. So you get all this gas in the ground.
Oh, no.
They couldn't get the pumps working, something with the electric and the transfer switch, and because they had a generator out there. They had a Caterpillar generator hooked up to the transfer switch, but they couldn't get the pumps up and running. So they couldn't get the gas out of the ground. So 9:30, you got an IT guy shows up. You got the mechanical, you got an electrician company shows up. You got like 3 crews there trying to work to get this Walmart gas online. And at 10:30, so I've been there since 4:45. At 10:30, they make the announcement this gas station will not be opening up today.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah. I'm like, son of a bitch.
Oh,
you know?
man.
So they didn't open up. So they had already started queuing us up like in the S loop to get into the gas pumps. So they had us exit. So they had to empty the whole damn Walmart. Just major disappointment. They couldn't get the gas station up and running. There was plenty of fuel in the ground. So I sat there from 4:45 a.m. until 10:30. So, I mean, do the math on that. It's like 5.5 hours. Almost 6 hours.
It's like a whole morning show with bonus coverage.
Oh, yeah. And I'm just sitting there.
Oh, my
And
gosh.
I shot a video, by the way. There's a video on my Instagram. I've got a bunch of videos. So see all the videos, including this Walmart fiasco, this whole line at Walmart gas Saturday morning. My Instagram is Certified MJ Radio. That's Certified MJ Radio. And while you're there, give me a follow and check out. Oh, Fester's got the, bring the audio up.
This morning, I was one of the first 3 people here. Even a tanker truck came and dropped fuel in the ground. Lined up. I'm in a pretty good position in this white Veterans Ford F-150, but now there's computer problems or electrical problems.
Anyway, so you got to see what this parking lot looks like. Videos on my Instagram, Certified MJ Radio, Certified MJ Radio, and man, can you imagine? Then you gotta empty this whole parking lot of people waiting for gas for hours.
I just feel bad for Brian Westfall for having to sit with you for 2 hours.
No, Ryan.
Ryan.
Not Brian.
I feel bad for him.
Just Ryan.
Sitting with you for
What'd
2
you guys
hours
talk
in a
about?
car.
Yeah. Did you do like morons in the news for him?
I mean, look at this. All these cars, every single aisle, it's all for gas. All the way back to the
Jeez.
store. It was unbelievable.
Oh, no.
So I leave. I'm like, oh, jeez, man. So I just go, after that, 6 hours. Fester, when would I wait 6 hours for anything? All right, if I'm stuck in Tokyo and the Boeing 777 that I'm supposed to fly back to the States has a mechanical issue, then I'm kind of trapped at Haneda Airport in Tokyo, which is a true story.
Yeah.
We had a Delta 777 break. The windscreen heater broke, and we had an 8-hour delay on the ground. So I can't help that. But
I don't wait a half an hour for anything. I mean,
I had no range, and I had to get to the station, and if I had no range, so I had to figure this thing out. So I had to get gas. And listen, the anxiety sets in, and is the gas situation going to get better?
How much gas did you burn just sitting there? Because you're obviously
I turned the car off.
You didn't have it idling or the AC on or anything like that?
No.
Okay, I'm asking.
And it was relatively cool. Remember, it wasn't like post-Helene where it was just thick and nasty and humid. The weather was actually tolerable. It got a lot cooler, and we have an actual cold front supposed to come through on Wednesday. First cold front of the season. We could be down in the upper 50s at night, actually. So here's the deal. I leave. Luckily, I was able to get out. They moved us out first before all of the 10 rows of Walmart cars. So I was able to get out of there. I rolled down Dale Mabry South. I turn on Cypress, and right at Cypress and Lois, there's a little Marathon gas station, and they had gas. But the line was backed up around the corner, all the way down Lois, underneath 275. It was like a half mile down the road for gas. I'm like, I'm not waiting again right now. So that's Saturday. Saturday morning, 10:45, 11 o'clock, when I finally get out, I see they have gas at the Marathon. So I just go home, and I'm like, oh, my God, what a freaking nightmare. So later that afternoon, like 5:30, 6, 7, I'm on a quest for ice. Oh, my God. Trying to find ice. We were able to get ice on Friday at Publix on Kennedy, right right across from West Shore Plaza. They still had ice in there. I bought 2 bags of ice, but then the ice Saturday was starting to melt. You know, Michelle ordered a cooler. She ordered the Orca, which will be delivered sometime this week.
Perfect.
Yeah, so we have an Orca. Michelle did extensive cooler research, and the Yetis are good, but the Orcas are even better, and they're all made in America. And the Orca can hold ice for like 8 days, they say. I mean, so the Orca is supposed to be even a little better than the Yeti. So Michelle ordered a $500 freaking cooler, and I didn't complain a second.
Yeah.
So,
and it's going to come just in time for hurricane season.
And guess what? We'll probably never end up using it now. Now we're going to hopefully be on a hurricane drought for years. So, all right. So I go out on Saturday night, late Saturday, like 6 o'clock, 5:45, 6, and I'm looking for ice. No ice anywhere. Nowhere. Every single ice bin at the open convenience store, everything's emptied out. Publix is now out of ice. So as I'm driving around looking for ice, I come back up Lois at Cypress, and there's the Marathon station. And I'm like, there's only like 7 cars in line. I'm like, whoa! So they're still in line. So I pull in, and I wait in line. I'm there for 12 minutes, 15 minutes tops. And I'm able to get to the pump, and they were already sold out of the low grade and the mid grade, so I had to put super unleaded. That all they had left in the ground was super, and I filled up the truck, 25 gallons of gasoline in the F-150, and then I also had a 5-gallon container. I filled that up as well. So done deal. And then 2 TPD, there were like 4 TPD officers there, and 2 of them recognized me. One was like, "Hey, MJ, man, listen to you for years." And then the other cop, and I forgot his name, the other TPD officer was like, "Hey, remember me?" I'm like, "You look familiar." He said, "I was the one at the Antonio Brown house."
Oh, my gosh.
So
what are the odds?
I mean, it's crazy.
So, well, TPD has 1,000 officers.
Yeah,
Sure.
But,
exactly.
So the officer,
He's the undercover that confronted us?
Yes, the undercover guy said, "Listen, I love you guys. I know what you're doing. It's funny, but you got to get out of here."
What happened?
Because we went when Antonio Brown had the meltdown and he barricaded himself in the house and he was threatening to shoot people. Fester and I went to Antonio Brown's house with a bullhorn, try to get him to surrender. And
a PDQ combo meal coupon is all yours.
So we're telling him to come on out of the house.
Antonio, Fester is going to the door right now, and Fester's going to leave the PDQ gift card at the door. Free PDQ gift card. A combo meal is yours.
And he looked out the window. We saw him look out the window.
Antonio Brown looked out the window at us.
Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown, this is the MJ Morning Show. Please come out. Antonio Brown, this is the MJ Morning Show. If you come out, I have a PDQ combo meal coupon for you.
So the officer at the gas station at the Marathon, he was the cop that pulled up and said, "Guys, you really need to leave. Not a safe situation right here." They were afraid that Antonio Brown was going to open fire.
They were going to let Antonio shoot us if we were in the street. But when I walked onto the property and walked up to the door, that's when he rolls on the scene in the jalopiest of a car that you would never suspect.
Oh, you would never. It was a total undercover car.
Right.
And he's like, "Guys," he was as nice as can be. He was as courteous as, "Guys, I love you. I know what you're doing. I get what you do, but it's not safe here." And then after the fact, I found out that Antonio Brown was threatening to shoot people that came to the front door. and Fester's putting a PDQ gift card in the front door. I'm
You're in the line of
like,
fire.
"Holy shit."
Oh, man, it's great.
Like, yes, Andrew.
I remember, was it last year, you put so many cans of fuel in your garage.
Yeah.
They're like 40-something gallons.
Yeah.
What happened?
So I'm still sitting on a fuel supply for the generator, but I don't want to burn that gas for the car.
You're a special kind of weird man.
What do you mean I'm a special one? Trying to get gas?
You couldn't have used 10 gallons in the car to take that pressure off. I mean, Saturday night, if you would have shopped around Saturday, the key for gas, and everybody write this down, is not to look for it during the day. Because everybody's
I went out Friday night at 10:45 to get the gas.
You have to venture out a little bit. But, man, oh, gosh, man. I got gas Saturday night on State Road 54. They were loading up, and the lines weren't that bad, and a bunch of people got gas. But
All right, now, let's go back to phones here in a bit. I see we've got lines are screened. If you want to get in right now, stations that have gas and no lines right now, give our listeners a report. Gas stations with no lines or very manageable lines that have gas. And if you call us up with a gas report, make sure there are people standing next to their car holding their nozzle, okay? Make sure they're squeezing a nozzle and they're not just parked there while they're going into the convenience store, because we had a lot of fake outs. We had a lot of fake out. Luckily, it was not a P. Diddy freak out or a freak off. But we had some fake offs on Friday where people were saying, oh, there's gas here. It turns out that people were just parking at the pumps that had no gas and going into the convenience mart, and people were getting faked out. All right, 800-990-1047. That is how you get on the MJ Morning Show right now. Any reports you want to give us, power reports, where you can find gas, tell us your story. Any interesting, extraordinary angle, the debris cleanup, any issue, any story you want to tell us regarding the aftermath of Helene and now the aftermath of Milton. Let's go. Back to the MJ Morning Show phones here on 104.7 FM, Q105, 800-990-1047 is how you get on.
Every day the gas situation is going to get better and it's going to be back to normal pretty quickly. But I do have to say, if you want to be a contrarian and try to get gas at like 3 a.m, that might be the way to go. No lines.
I don't think you have to do that now. I think that enough stations are starting to open up. The fuel is flowing from the ports. And I just think, because earlier this morning, now here's the deal.
The big change was yesterday. Yesterday was the big shift in not a lot of places to a lot more places.
Absolutely. In the 6 o'clock hour this morning, we took 20 phone calls. And a lot of people were saying gas stations are open. There's no lines. It's manageable. But now that it's 8:16, the sun is up. I'm guessing just by natural, order that the gas stations are getting a little busier. But I want to sort of get reports right now of what the gas stations look like right now. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047.
Thank you for acknowledging that the sun rises by 8:16 in the morning.
Well, it was sunrise, I believe, was probably about 7:26.
It's 8:16. The sun is up.
All right.
Duh. Thank you.
So in my neighborhood, the city of Tampa had like 12 dump trucks in my Beach Park neighborhood, South Tampa, near West Shore and Kennedy. 12 dump trucks yesterday, backhoes, front end loaders. I saw dump trucks like from Davenport, from Kissimmee. So the city of Tampa is hiring dump trucks from all over the state to come to Tampa, and then they're using backhoes, front end loaders, bulldozers in the neighborhood to pick up all of the debris left over from Helene. They're not picking up the tree debris yet. They're picking up the furniture and all the carpet and stuff.
The trashed house stuff.
The trashed house stuff. So thanks to the city of Tampa, they've got just dozens of dump trucks all over the place as they're picking up all that material. Now, on my street, on the end of my street, we had, I think it's 7 or 8 neighbors. We all got private dumpsters. So I coordinated, we had 5 dumpster loads of tree debris. So between like 7 or 8 houses, we had 5 dumpster loads of, we're talking 20-yard dumpsters, 5 loads. And thanks to Gabe from Early Bird Dumpsters. He's a small business. He's an owner-operator, and he drops the dumpster off himself. You fill it, and then he carts it off to the dump. So he had 5 loads, and he was great. Dropped the empty off, picked up the other one. So we went through 5 dumpsters just on the end of my street, about 7 houses. Wow. That's how much debris we had with cut-up trees, fallen trees that were already cut in half and sectioned off, all the palm fronds, 5 dumpster loads.
So you say there's 5?
5. Did I say 5 dumpster loads? Cinco dumpster loads.
Yes, all of our bilingual listeners right now are very grateful.
Yeah.
If you want to see something really impressive, MJ, drive by the Florida State Fairgrounds in the parking lot and look at Mount Trashmore, where they're dumping it all.
Oh, wow.
No. It is a huge pile in the grass parking field by I-4.
Incidentally, Mount Trashmore is the original Mount Trashmore is in Virginia Beach, where I grew up.
I knew I heard that somewhere before.
Mount Trashmore. Yeah.
I didn't know. I couldn't put it together.
In Virginia Beach, back in the 1970s, they built Mount Trashmore, a landfill mountain that was turned into a huge park right off of the expressway.
I saw it this weekend. I said, hey, look, it's Mount Trashmore. And I was like, that's too witty for me to come up with. Where did I hear that before? I couldn't place it.
Mount Trashmore was Virginia Beach. Still is.
Huge pile of trash in the fairgrounds parking lot.
All right, let's go to phones. I'm just looking down my list here. Oh, cell service. Yeah, let me just continue. And Carol, Anonymous, Jeff, Mike, Angela, Danny, all the other calls right now. Hold on. I'm going right to your phones in a second. Let me just tick off a little bit more of my list. Cell service got dramatically better yesterday. So near West Shore and Kennedy, back in my neighborhood off West Shore, cell service was horrific after the storm. We were fighting for a half bar of LTE. 5G completely disappeared. Chloe, with an iPhone, she was bouncing between a half bar and SOS on our iPhone. And it was just terrible. We couldn't, our data, so no internet, no electricity. And we were having trouble with our cell devices getting internet as well. I couldn't get pages to load. But good news, the 5G at a decent strength came back. It seems like it was late Saturday night. So Saturday night into Sunday morning, we got our cell service back where it was almost back to normal. So that's a positive thing. All right, let me grab some calls here. 800-990-1047, 800-990-1047. Carol is in Riverview. Carol, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well.
We're not out here. We're like the orphan children out here. There's no place to get ice. I have no electricity. We do have water. And here's the ironic part about it. The development I live in, we have almost 600 homes. The first part of the development, they've had electricity for 3 days, and we have nothing here. And, listening to you guys on the radio and go, oh, well, you can find all the information on Facebook and everything. No electricity, there's no internet, nothing. So we can't get any information.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Carol, that's why we're giving you as much information as we can. Listen, the power companies, they want your electricity on as quick as possible. They want those meters spinning again. They're losing revenue. The costs to rebuild all this stuff, they're trying to get power on. It's just in certain places, it's just more of a challenge to get the power on because of the backhaul stuff and the feeder lines. You might have damage in your neighborhood, but then there might be damage all the way down the line through distribution. So, Carol, I feel for
3
you.
blocks from me, they have electricity.
Say it again.
3 blocks from me, they have electricity in the same development.
Okay, that's how the power grid works.
Yeah.
But here's something else to consider, Carol. Because one neighborhood got power, now those resources are now going to be working toward resolving your problem.
Yeah, trust me, they want your power on. Absolutely. Listen, I wish you the best. Carol, please keep in touch and please call us when your power goes on.
I'd like to get some ice. I had to throw all of my food out. And that's another thing. We didn't even get garbage collection last Tuesday when it was beautiful, when it was plastered all over the internet that they would be picking up garbage. Now I got garbage all over the place, and I'm not the only one. The neighborhood does.
Yeah. Carol, I understand. Some people have it better than others, and some people just have everything that's going wrong. Carol, thank you. I appreciate it. Listen, we were in the same boat. We had no power, no internet, no cable TV, obviously. And then for us, and I was expecting, because Tico had said that a certain percentage was going to be, where's my Tico list? So Tico had said that 55% of customers would be back on Sunday, 75% back on by Tuesday, and then the remainder back on by the end of the day on Thursday. And I'm like, Michelle, it's going to be just our luck. We're going to be, Tuesday or Thursday on the power. And 9:22 yesterday morning, everything came back on. You know, we all had the power off. In fact, my power went off. It sounded just like that when our power went off. I'm kidding. I wasn't even home when the power. We were at the evacuation hotel when the power went off. But our power came back at 9:22 yesterday morning, and then I'm like, hopefully internet works. Hopefully the cable's on now and everything. As soon as the power came back on, I had full internet. The Wi-Fi kicked up in my house. My Spectrum cable was on. So we had the trifecta. But, you know, I feel awful for people that are still messed up. And then, Fester, your power came on at like
8:15.
8:15 last night.
Yeah, 8:15 last night, and we were in the house. And, you know, it was still warm from the day, and then the house just lit up. I'm like, it's back.
Jackie in St. Petersburg. Jackie, you're on the MJ Morning Show on 104.7 FM. It's Q105.
Hi.
Yes, Jackie, go ahead.
I just wanted to let you guys know I passed by that 10-gallon free gas by the Tropicana field.
Yep.
On my way to work, and there's only like 15 cars in that line right now.
That is fantastic.
So it looks pretty well set up, too.
Yeah.
The Army National Guard is out there, and it's all, blocked off with cones and stuff, so you know where to go.
So are they giving
and
it away?
There's a ton of trucks out there.
Are they giving it away in the parking lot of the Trop?
It's actually across the street from the Trop in a parking lot, but they got the lane going down First Avenue, like all coned off.
Okay.
And the Army National Guard is all along the lane. Waiting for cars, I guess, because I only passed about 15 cars.
10 gallons free gas down by the Trop, and the line is not bad right now. Thank you. Just got word, speaking of Veterans Ford and Lorenzo, let me get Lorenzo on quickly, because he just passed the Costco out off of a line bar. And hang on, let me see if I can get Lorenzo on the line. Lorenzo, if you're listening, I'm going to call you right now. 813. Oh, hang on, I misdialed. Let me try it one more time.
All right.
Yeah. 813. All right. He says Costco is not bad at all right now. Costco was out of control over the weekend. You know, especially people trying to, build back their food supply.
Good morning, MJ.
Hey, Lorenzo. All right. So you just passed Costco, and you're saying that it's like better now than a typical Saturday morning.
Yep. It's clear. I mean, it's just back to normal in this side of town. So we have power. I know. I heard you got power too. So yeah, it's up and running. The racetrack next to us had gas yesterday, and they were backed up. So they're bringing tankers this way.
Wow. When did your power come back on at Line Ball and the Veterans at Veterans Ford?
Last night at 6:30.
All right, that's fantastic. All right, and then, folks, this is a good time to remind you that if you had a vehicle destroyed by Helene and now with Hurricane Milton, at Veterans Ford, they have access to Ford A-Plan employee pricing. And if you had a car destroyed or wrecked, just a simple insurance verification, and you can buy a new Ford car, truck, or SUV from Veterans Ford at Ford employee, not Ford dealership, but Ford employee, meaning the guys that work in the factory. You get the best possible price, and in fact, you can get a Ford car, truck, or SUV if you had a vehicle totaled by the storms. You can get the car for less than the dealership actually pays Ford for the car.
You mean to tell me if Henry Ford were alive today, this is the same price he would pay?
Well, I think that
he probably gets it for free, but most of his employees.
Oh, okay, all right. So it's not the Henry Ford price, but it's still a pretty damn good price.
It's employee pricing. Basically, you work at the factory. That's basically the same amount of the amount that you would pay as a factory employee. I mean, it's a great program.
When I was there on Friday to pick up the new F-150 from you, and thanks again, I appreciate our relationship and partnership here. When I was up at the tower at the front of the dealership, they couldn't even tell me how many people had already called, stopped in, and I guess done some of these Ford factory price deals. They couldn't. All they said was a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, we've been busy, and we certainly want to get everybody back on the road.
we run the store with 3 F-150 power boosts. Each one of them had 7,200 kilowatts. So we run one for the desk, one for the server room, and the other one for the internet.
So what they were doing was, when the dealership power was out from Tico, they were using the F-150 power boosts that have the built-in generator, and that's what I'm driving right now. So Lorenzo gave me one of the F-150 power boosts where you can run your house out of the back outlets on the pickup truck. So, Lorenzo, I appreciate it, buddy.
No problem. Anytime.
All right,
you
thanks.
guys be good.
And guess what? I was speaking to Chief Lee Burkall over the weekend, and he's like, MJ, you know what I want to get? I want to get one of those F-150s that has the generator that can run all kinds of electric for you. I said, guess what, Chief? I've got one right now that I'm driving. So Burkall was telling me that, yeah, he's got his eyes on one of those units. So I said, hey, let me know if I can help you out at Veterans Ford. I'm happy to give you a hand.
His friends helping friends. That's all we're doing right
now. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let me grab John in Largo. John, let's see. That's John in Largo. You're on the MJ Morning Show. Welcome.
Hey, good morning. I just want to let you all know that I literally just got gas at the Wawa on US 19 North in Clearwater. Just pulled up to the pump, just like a regular day. Other people there's no lines. We're in and out in 2 minutes. Just want to pass that on to y'all.
Let me tell you right now, the difference between Friday, Saturday, and Sunday is dramatic. It started getting better yesterday.
Yes.
But it was an absolute crap show on Friday and Saturday all over town with power coming. Because listen, you got a lot of gas stations that had no power. And again, we have to, attention Florida legislature, attention Governor DeSantis, we've got to readdress the legislation from 2006 after the spate of hurricanes in 2004. You had the transfer switch requirements, you had generator hookup requirements, and it just seems that whole legislation totally failed us in the aftermath of Milton. So that's got to be completely redone, reassessed in the new legislative session coming up.
Did it really fail us? I mean, a lot of things are up 4 days later.
No, it did, because you need gas quicker than 4 days later. Let me grab Jerry in Odessa. The whole deal with the legislation after the hurricanes of 2004 were to be able to get these gas stations back online. You had so many gas stations.
How many gas stations were working that would not have worked in 2004? I mean, I'm trying to get a grasp on the whole thing.
It seems the gas stations that were working had built-in generators. They had their own generator. They didn't need to have one trucked in with a transfer switch.
All right.
But you had so many gas stations with no power and 10,000 gallons in the ground and no way to get the gas out. Let me grab Jerry in Odessa. Hey, Jerry, you're on the MJ Morning Show.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love you guys.
Thanks.
Yeah, so driving on the Salmon here this morning, I saw 3 tanker trucks already, and they were being escorted by state troopers.
Yep. So the deal
cool.
is, yeah, absolutely. So the deal, and I mentioned this earlier, Jerry. Tampa from the port in Tampa. So you got Port Tampa down near MacDill. You've got Port of Tampa, which is near downtown, and you got fuel racks and barges come in at both locations. From these locations in Hillsborough County, where the bulk of I think it's like 50% of the state's gas comes in through Tampa, and then you got the little port at Port Manatee as well. So here's what's going on. Tampa Police, TPD, is escorting tankers to the city of Tampa. You've got Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. They're escorting tankers to the county of Hillsborough. And then you've got the Florida Highway Patrol. They're escorting the tankers into the other counties. So that's what's going on.
Gotcha. But, yeah, I mean, pretty cool. I mean, the traffic's at a standstill, and they're cutting right through, with the escort.
Get the fuel. Absolutely. Thanks to law enforcement for all the escorts as well. Thank you, Jerry. Mike is in New Tampa. Mike, hi. You're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Welcome.
Thank you, MJ. Just wanted to let you know you were speaking about the ice situation. I, too, was the same way a couple of days before the storm and even the day before. And a lot of the convenience stores, I noted, their little 10-pound bags of ice, they were charging $3.50, $4.50. So I said, there's got to be a better way. There are bulk ice machines out here in parking lots.
Yep.
And I found one at Fletcher in Florida. There's a tool place up in there.
That's a Harbor Freight, yeah.
Harbor Freight, and got a great big ice machine out there. $2.50 a bag for 16 pounds. It comes out in a big plastic bag.
Nice.
Fill up your coolers, and it was boom, bada boom.
Bada boom. Yeah, I've seen those machines in parking lots where it's, ice. I've seen those machines. I just, you see them and then you forget where the hell they are. Seriously.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember, where did I see those things? Hey, good tip, Mike. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and as far as gas, MJ, they've got a BJ's out here at 75 and Bruceby Downs, probably a 5-8 minute wait. And also down at Walmart, I noticed gas there and people coming in and out.
Yeah,
so it's not bad out here.
It's really starting to ease up. We're getting tons of reports about almost like a normal day to get gas. Thanks for the call, Jerry. Before I go back to phones, Darren, Amber, Jeff, Anonymous. Anonymous, you're up next. Then Jeff. Ian's on hold as well. I'll get to all your calls in a second. Just quickly on some of the videos that I shot. And I want to thank the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. I want to thank TPD. TPD has cut teams as well. I joined a Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office cut team. I'm part of the honorary deputy program with Hillsborough County, and I was invited to join. And I don't want to be too specific, but I can mention a couple of names here. So, because we had a whole bunch of undercovers as well. But I helped assist. Listen, they did hours and hours more, but I was able to assist for a little bit. It's actually a gang unit, a Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office gang unit.
Oh wow!
Led by Sergeant Jeff Catlin and Corporal Tim Miskell. Led a whole squad of undercover gang unit deputies and cutting down trees, blocking roads, blocking people's driveways. So I know of TPD that had cut teams helping clear streets, sending police officers out with chainsaws and equipment. Same thing with Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Those are the two that I know. I'm sure that all the other agencies had very similar situations. But, I was out there chainsawing a tree that was across a road, and traffic could not pass. Fire rescue could not get by. So I just joined them for a bit, and this tree was massive.
Did they give you the chainsaw?
No, I didn't operate the chainsaw. I could have if
What,
I
they
wanted
give you like a pair of clippers or something?
No,
just to
no.
get the branches off?
I'm picking up the pieces out of the road with all the other deputies. Anyway, there's a photo. I've got like 4 photos. This little slideshow. If you go to my Instagram,
Holy crap, look at the size of that tree.
That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
Look at this freaking tree.
It's like the third largest, biggest tree I've ever seen in my life.
This tree,
my God.
Listen to this. This tree was called an ear tree, and it is a massive tree.
Look at you with the clippers.
Yeah. Well, no clippers. The
way your hands are positioned, I thought you had the clippers in your
I'm
hand.
pulling a Y branch, a
that's a
huge branch, and it looks like a Y. It's not a clipper.
I thought those were clippers.
I'm yanking this branch out of the road. So if you want to see the pictures of these impressive, incredible Hillsborough County deputy sheriffs helping with this cut team, the pictures are on my Instagram right now at Certified MJ Radio. So Certified MJ Radio, you can see it's there are 4 pictures. So just slide the pictures over.
What street is that?
I don't want to give out this specific street.
Okay.
But the first picture is me and Sergeant Catlin and Corporal Miskell. And then if you see, I got a bunch of faces that are blotted out. The faces that are blotted out is just to protect identity. Because
they're undercover.
They work undercover.
They do a lot of UC work. So, but
you don't want anybody seeing them years later. Hey, didn't I see you on MJ's Instagram?
Yeah,
hey, do you follow Certified MJ Radio?
I don't think that would have been a factor, actually. Yeah, I don't think that would have been a factor.
You look familiar. Where did I see you before?
Yeah. But then the other videos, the other videos that I have on my Instagram, again, Certified MJ Radio. That's Certified MJ Radio. 275 northbound when you get off the Howard Franklin and you're getting onto the Tampa side, huge road sign is gone. Overhead green road sign, the size of like 2 or 3 vehicles, gone.
Wow.
And it was blown into Tampa Bay. And I think I mentioned this on the air. I got video of it. So that you got to see this. So Florida Department of Transportation, if you're looking for the Exit 39 humongous sign, it's in Tampa Bay in a mangled, twisted mess. It is.
Just look off to the right a little bit.
Look at the pieces. The pieces are right off to the right. So I've got video of that. I pulled off on the shoulder and got video. The insane tree. I have video also of this tree before it was actually cut down. Then you've got the 350 ambulances staged by FEMA in the West Shore Plaza Sears parking lot. I've never seen anything like that. And then, of course, to lighten things up just a tad, we got out to the Nona Slice House yesterday. So Chloe and Michelle, they went to the Colony Grill. They were open because Midtown never lost power.
Wow.
Midtown never lost. So Chloe and Michelle, they had lunch at the Colony Grill on Friday afternoon. They said it was the best. Just not having real food since like Wednesday. And then we went up to Safety Harbor with some neighbors yesterday to have delicious pizza at the Nona Slice House. So all these videos are on my Instagram at Certified MJ Radio. That's Certified MJ Radio. All right, let me clear some of these calls. Then I got to call Brian Stern from Greybull Rescue.
Oh, yeah.
Private Rescue. Let me see how they did. Anonymous in Tampa, you're up. Hi there. Hello, Anonymous. That's you.
Hi, yes, good morning.
Yes.
How is everyone? Hopefully fine. I'm calling in regards to working for the government and not being able to come to work because our facility has no electricity. All the things that we could be doing in Hillsborough County, helping with debris or picking up things, but instead, since our facility has no electric, they're telling us not to come in and we don't get paid because we're part-time employees.
All right, so
And
you're
it's hard
saying
enough to pick.
All right, so you're saying as a part-time employee, because where you report has no power, they're telling you to stay home, but you're saying that there would be a whole lot more resources if you guys could go to work, but because the power's
I
out.
would think so.
Yeah. Listen, I understand what you're saying. Trust me, they want to get the power up and running. They want to get things normalized because, trust me, all of the counties want all hands on deck to help as much as possible. Well, listen, Anonymous, thank you for your eagerness to get back to work and help the county. I do appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Let me grab Charlie in Ruskin. Charlie, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hey, good morning.
Yes, Charlie, go ahead.
I just wanted to share our HOA community lost power like Wednesday night late, which is great. Then Friday night, our lift station started overflowing, and so we had to call and get somebody to come pump it.
Oof.
Well, that 3,000 gallons pump was $4,250, and it only pulled it down about a foot. So Saturday afternoon, I had to call, and I got them to come pump it again because it was overflowing. And then again yesterday, I had to call them, and they took 5,000 gallons out of our lift station, and they're on their way today to take another 8,000.
All right. So you're telling me this is not the city or the county that's picking this up?
Is a private community HOA.
Gotcha. Well, you've got money in the HOA account to cover this, right?
We didn't budget $10,000 for lift stations.
Well, guess what? All the cities and counties didn't. But all the cities and counties probably didn't budget us getting whacked by 2 storms back to back. So we all got to make some sacrifices.
We getting it pumped.
All right.
So, but I just, that's something. So next time we're going to plan on having a generator brought out. We're going to sign a contract and get on the list.
Maybe you ought to have a generator just installed at the site. Charlie, thanks for the call. Good luck. Stephen in Tarpon Springs. Stephen, MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I love the show.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Okay, 19 South and Bonita Road in, I believe it's Holiday. It's the Wawa. A couple islands are taped off, but a couple islands, it's a manageable thing. Only 5-10 minute wait.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Stephen. Amber is up in Pasco. You're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi, Amber.
Hi.
Amber, what is your report?
One more time?
Yeah, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. My phone's being weird.
Yeah, no problem.
And special. Yeah, I'm up in Pasco, Trinity, Seven Springs area, and I know you guys are mentioning like Hillsborough getting their gas online, but our area is still pretty empty. Do you know when Pasco is supposed to be back up and running?
We've had reports about Pasco. So you're saying up in Trinity, the gas stations still don't have gas?
Yeah, there's I have 3 gas stations within a mile from my apartment, and they're all still empty.
Do they have power up there?
Yes, I mean,
Okay.
my apartment never lost power once,
All right.
but there's nothing.
So
here.
Amber, I got to guess that it'll be distributed today. They're running tankers nonstop. They're filling up, they're dumping, they're going back. They're going to be. I would say today, or venture out a little bit if you can. But I would say that up in Trinity, you're going to see some gas hit the stations today.
Amber, I got gas on Highway 54 right there on the other side from where you are of the Selman or the Veterans, where those 2 Circle Ks are right across the street. And this was Saturday night, but there's gas to be had in your area.
Amber, thank you for listening, and let us know when you get the gas. Ian in Tampa, quickly. Hi, Ian.
Hey, how you doing there, MJ? Good. Listen to the show all the time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, first I was pretty much working overnight at the VA hospital. That's where I work, and I was on the hurricane relief. So pretty much Wednesday night, my roommate texted me, "Power's out, no problem." I come home Thursday afternoon. I'm telling her I'm coming home. She's like, "Be careful. 22nd Street." Pretty much where my apartment complex is
underwater,
flooded.
Yeah,
pretty much. I'm right behind the University Mall.
Yeah, did you see the pictures of Fowler Avenue?
Yeah, Fowler, right near University Mall.
It was a
remember the sporting goods shop that got looted during the riots?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
that
right
whole area was just under freaking water. Go ahead.
That's pretty much where I live. And
the sporting goods shop that got arsoned. Remember the guys? They caught that guy. That guy's in trouble.
Catch fire. I mean, somebody lit it on.
Yeah,
fire.
someone lit it up. Yeah. All right. So, are you okay now, Ian?
Oh yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we had no power for like 3 days. Power came back on like Sunday morning, like at 3:15 in the morning.
It just shows they were working. I mean, 24/7 around the clock. Thank you, Ian. In my neighborhood, our power came back at 9:22 yesterday morning. The power trucks in my neighborhood were Entergy from Mississippi.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah? Yeah. So we didn't have Powertown, which is a local, contractor, or Tico trucks. In my neighborhood, they were all Entergy from Mississippi that helped get our power back up. Of course, Tico also assisting down the line. Your neighborhood, Fester, you said?
We were from Indiana.
So you had a power company from Indiana.
Indiana.
In Lutz getting you guys back online.
I stopped by and talked to him through the car window and said, thanks for being here.
That's cool.
And they're grateful.
That's incredible. All right, hey, Darren, quickly, I got to call Brian from Greybull Rescue. Darren, what do you have for us?
A couple things. Number one is Aaron Cutoff. The road is washed out near the pump station, so avoid Aaron Cutoff.
That's up in Land O'Lakes, right?
Yes, up in Land O'Lakes. And also, I passed the Circle K at Hale Road on 41 and at Connerton Boulevard on 41. They both have gas, no lines, business as usual.
Good.
And every other gas station on the way into Tampa is taped off.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, south of Connerton to 41, a lot of those stations haven't opened up yet.
All good information, Darren. Thank you. Andrew, yes.
An update. St. Pete's boil water notice is officially lifted as of 8:30 this morning.
All right, that's
including
17 minutes ago. Okay.
Okay. All Southern Barrier Island customers from Johns Pass to Tierra Verde as of 6 p.m. Thursday are still under the boil water notice.
Wow. Let me get Brian Stern on from Greybull Rescue. Running just a few minutes late for him, so I got to apologize to him. All right. This is again just a incredible operation. I think I dialed right.
This is Brian.
Brian, MJ live. Thanks for your patience. I appreciate it.
No worries.
All right, folks, Brian Stern, Greybull Rescue. We had him in the studio just after Helene because in my neighborhood in South Tampa, we had a horrific house fire, which has been attributed to a Tesla Model S Plaid just turning into a freaking blowtorch in the salt water and burning this beautiful home to the ground, the home of Mike Murphy from Murphy Auto Group. And he was out of town on the West Coast on business, and his wife and two kids, 5-month-old, I think, and a 5-year-old and an 18-month-old. They had to flee to the neighbor's house. The neighbor's house was in danger of going up. Anyway, Tampa Fire and Rescue tried like hell to get into the neighborhood, but you had 4 feet of water. I mean, they couldn't get into the streets with the fire equipment, so they fled to a neighbor. And Mike knows Greybull Rescue, knows Brian, and got a hold of them at 3 a.m, and they came to South Tampa with boats to come rescue the Murphy family and then the next door neighbor, the McElwains. And a remarkable story that we had after Helene. And now, Brian, we've got a part 2 with Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, well, actually, MJ, we got part 4. Since the fire and Hurricane Helene, the team has since deployed to North Carolina and Beirut, Lebanon to rescue Americans, and now Milton. So we've had an extremely busy 15, 16 days.
All right, let's talk about all the local operations from Wednesday night Wednesday night into Thursday morning when Milton struck. Let's talk about the local operations. Can you give us an assessment?
Yeah, we conducted. We've actually conducted so many rescues and operations. Our stats are still coming in. We're still kind of compiling. We had teams all over the place. We were at Fowler and 15th, working, pulling people out of the flood zones. We were working in Pasco. We had cutting teams all over the place, from Sarasota up to Tampa and through St. Pete. I think we rescued 60, 70 people, give or take, maybe 80.
Yeah.
80 is probably on the higher end.
And you're working independently of local law enforcement, or you're working side by side in some cases with local law enforcement?
We do both. The reality is when a flood happens in a neighborhood, let's say there's 200 homes and each home has 4 people in it, let's say, it's 800 people. The local law enforcement, Florida Fish and Wildlife, Tampa PD, HCSO, there's only so many boats to go around. So very often we'll be, with them, near them, and we all kind of help each other out. I mean, that's what's really great, about what we do. Greybull Rescue, we can operate independently. We do our own thing, as we saw with the Mike Murphy fire.
Yep.
And we also can augment and supplement resources to the local authorities when people need help and when people are dying. That's not the time to say, well, my jurisdiction, your jurisdiction, we don't need, if only we had 5 extra boats, and I can say, well, I have extra boats. They don't turn us away.
All right, now, Brian, as far as the local assets and team members, in the aftermath of Milton, how many people, how many actual people did you have working locally with all these different units you deployed?
All in, we were at 30-something, I think. We had it deployed in the field during the time of Milton, one way or the other, either cutting teams. We did water distribution, partnered with Walmart on Del Mabry, giving out water. Walmart was kind enough to donate almost 20 pallets of water.
Wow.
That was really needed. So I sent a team to Walmart to distribute all the water, and we tried to promote it. We gave away every drop of it, which was awesome. We did, so we had all kinds of things. We were on airboats. We were on Sherman, our amphibious assault mini tank thing that you see on TV, fishing people out of underprivileged neighborhoods. Councilman Luis Vieira had contacted us through a really good friend, Jay Collins.
Yep, Senator Collins.
Yep, one of my dearest friends. There was a neighborhood in North Tampa that was absolutely under duress, completely flooded.
We partnered. They reached out to us. We responded, got all these people out. Councilman Luis Vieira was able to, and us, we were able to get buses. He was able to line up shelter for them, so we were fishing people out of the water there. All kinds of stuff. We had a lot of things. We had an airboat driving around, picking people out of neighborhoods, all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff. We were very, very, very busy. We've been wet. We've been in the water every day since day one of Milton. So
amazing.
Yeah, we've been extremely busy doing our own thing, where people would call us and ask for help, and then also in places where the local authorities hadn't gotten to yet, or their resources were strained also when we were able to partner with them and do stuff. Pasco County, Hillsborough County, all over, Manatee County, all over the place.
I want to give out the organization website. You guys are privately funded. You're a nonprofit, a 501c3. This is Greybull Rescue. So on top of the great men and women of local law enforcement and fire and rescue and the National Guard, this is a private organization. They provide rescue all across the country in natural disasters. Also, they're extracting endangered Americans around the world in hot spots like Lebanon. Brian, just a week ago, was in Beirut, Lebanon, extracting Americans because of the tensions between, Hezbollah and Hamas and Israel. So amazing. It's the website is greybullrescue.org. Yes.
GreybullRescue.org is our website. That's where you can go to ask for help. That's where you can go to give help.
Yep.
We need help badly. Today marks the anniversary. If we remember, 1 year ago today, my team and I led the operation with Governor DeSantis. That was the largest private rescue of Americans in American history from the war zone in Israel. That was 1 year ago today.
Wow.
Right?
GreybullRescue.org. You can get help there and give help. GreybullRescue.org. Brian, it's great to meet you about 10 days ago, and thank you, buddy. And we want to become more active with your organization as well. GreybullRescue.com, GreybullRescue.org.
.org. And if I can, MJ, real fast, just big shout out to some of our major donors this week. Poppin Construction, UDC USA, Premium Utility Construction, my good friend Jake Meeks, HCSO is awesome, Tampa PD, Pasco County Sheriff's, Murphy Auto Group, our friend Mike Murphy, Bakemore Pies, NSPR, and of course Walmart. All these groups came together this week to help us save lives this week. Can't thank them enough. Cannot thank them enough.
Thank you,
We
Brian.
gave out 40 generators this week were given out as a result of Premium Utility Construction. 40 generators.
Impressive.
Okay?
Brian Stern, GreybullRescue.org. Brian, we'll be in touch. We're going to have you on again, okay?
Thanks, MJ. Talk to you.
Thank you. All right.
Wow.
Donate.
What an amazing organization.
Really.
Yeah, it really is.
And he's, former Special Forces. He's got Navy SEALs. He's got the Rangers, all kinds of military, and volunteers that operate these rescue missions. Give some money to them, folks. GreybullRescue.org. And I want to, have this morning show become more of a greater part with their organization as well. All right, 8:57 at the MJ Morning Show. Running a little late. Let me take my break here, and then we're back in a minute. Phones are every line is jammed up here. So, Andrew, get phones screened. We'll go back to phone calls next here on the MJ Morning Show in the aftermath of Milton. The MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. We just spoke to Lorenzo from Veterans Ford, so I want to reiterate what Veterans Ford can do for you. First, though, Westfall Roofing. Folks, the roofing demand is going to be... If you would like to recognize some heroic activity, Fire Department, from Chief Lee Burkall, TPD, over 500. Listen, that information is going to be old. It's probably much greater than that. Phones are open again now, 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047 gets you right through. So any stories, anything you want to recognize, if you've got any complaints, if you've got any reports of gasoline running smoothly, we're starting to get that, all morning long, that gas stations are starting to open. There are gas stations where gas is being pumped, and there are not a lot of crazy lines in a lot of places right now. Ice, food, just any aspect of the aftermath. And I think starting tomorrow, we'll start getting, a little bit more back to normal. And then certainly this week, I want to return to, MJ Morning Show normalcy, because that's important for everybody, with obviously the right information sprinkled in during the recovery process. So 800-990-1047 gets you in any aspect of the aftermath of Milton or even continuing Helene. Would love to talk to you right now. 800-990-1047. Are you still without power? Where are you still without power in the Tampa Bay area. Would love to hear from you. 800-990-1047. I'll tell you something. People are going to make sure they top off their tanks and, make sure you've got enough gas. Let me tell you what I learned. That I will now top off my tank every few hours every day, even in the middle of January.
You know what? It's not a bad way to go.
I'm going to fill up my car several times a day.
Can we take longer commercial breaks here so we can all go leave, top off our tanks, and then come back?
I'm going to be topping off my tank several times a day. Just 365, the whole damn year. 'Cause you never know what's going to happen. All right, 800-990-1047 gets you on the MJ Morning Show. We'll go back to calls in just a minute.
Okay, couple things. One, you're just hitting it right as far as not quite back to normal content until tomorrow, because I sent you some quote unquote normal content last night and it just didn't feel right. It didn't feel that significant to me. All that feels significant is still what's happening here.
I ignored all that.
You just ignored it, right?
Yeah,
like you normally do.
No, I did. Stop it.
Normally everything's looked at and processed and put in its right spot. But today is a hurricane day still.
So then the other thing I was going to say, I know you're asking for calls, things that you've seen first responders do. Thankfully, we didn't have to have any first responders help our family. But I tell you what, we have a lot of cleanup and things to do on our properties. And I want to thank all of those service providers who are charging very reasonable prices what they normally do. Every time I get a bill and it's like, oh my gosh, they're not trying to gouge us. They're just giving us a reasonable price. I'm like,
what are you
You're
talking
awesome.
about? Like lawn guys, or what are you talking about specifically?
Everything, any kind of cleanup aspect.
Okay.
There's a punch list of stuff that we need done, and then this guy did all this stuff for us, and the bill was only like $100 and some bucks. I'm like, are you kidding me?
No, it's
This is
fantastic.
great. I love people like
it's
that.
It's fantastic to get. And listen, a bunch of our clients said, MJ, make sure you tell all of your listeners that we're charging the same as we did before the storms.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Banco Overhead Doors, the garage door company. They said, MJ, make sure you know that all of our customers, if they have any garage door problems, they're getting the same pricing that they got before the storms as they're getting now after the storm. So thanks to BancoDoors.com. You can bank on Banco. Call Banco for any garage door issues. All right, let me go back to phones here. 800-990-1047 gets you on. 800-990-1047, any aspect. And we're going to take a ton of calls this hour, the final hour of the MJ Morning Show at 9:10. Penny in Carrollwood, you're up. Hello, Penny.
Yeah. Hey, MJ, longtime listener, bud. So I appreciate what you all have done. I lived in South Tampa for many, many years, taught and coached private and public down there. And I recently moved to the Carrollwood area. But there's a gas station, MJ, on Sheldon Road. And I'm telling you, those Hillsborough County deputies, MJ and you guys, how awesome they were. They had that running like a machine. One at a time. It was just awesome. So kudos to those deputies.
Yeah, law enforcement all over the place. And listen, I've got a very special connection to my local law enforcement. I've got a very close relationship with Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. I've got a very close relationship with Tampa Police Department and Chief Burkhaw and lots of TPD officers. So it's highly appreciated when we hear people just singing the praises of law enforcement and fire and rescue and all the people that assisted.
Yep, and you know what, too, MJ? I really didn't have to wait. It's right across from Citrus Park Mall. Like I said, I recently moved up here. I was in the West Shore area for years, and then different reasons, so I came up here to Carrollwood, missed the South Tampa area. But anyway, retired PE teacher, and but I'm telling you, I really didn't have to wait in line for very long, and they just would stop you, say, you just have the one car. I guess they were going to let you fill up if you had like a gas can or whatever, they're going to let you do that. But it went quickly, and really, Chad Cronister, he's awesome. And so anyway, you guys have been the best. I've listened to you guys for years, and you guys were so great during these frickin' storms. So thanks, MJ, to you guys too.
Listen, just public service. This is what I have to do. We all understand. I've been here 30 plus years now. I just go into automatic. Don't even think about it. You just got to do what you got to do to get the information out. So much power's out. People relying on radio.
I know.
We tell people battery powered radios. How many tens of thousands of people now are going to make sure they have a battery powered radio?
Oh, MJ, are you freaking kidding me? I mean, I got one, you know, and like I said, I'm a retired PE teacher and coach. I shouldn't say the school. I taught at Coleman Middle School and I taught at St. John's Episcopal.
Yeah,
For
great.
years.
Great schools.
Boy.
So absolutely. So I'll let you go. I know y'all have lots of calls.
Absolutely.
So appreciate
Thank you.
y'all do. Thanks, guys.
know,
Yep. Thanks, bud.
Penny, you gotta love a retired Episcopal PE teacher just dropping the frickins left, right, and center.
Well, for frickin's okay.
Yeah, I love it. That's awesome.
All right, let me grab Scott. Scott is a truck driver somewhere. Scott, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Doing well. Go ahead.
I wanted to give a shout out to all the drivers. Actually, I deliver gasoline, and everybody has been exceptionally, for the most part, courteous about letting us get by them or in front of them or whatever we need to do. So,
now, Scott, absolutely, Scott, who do you haul for?
Florida Rock and Tank.
Yep, I see.
I'm actually driving right now, delivering.
I see. I see Florida Rock and Tank all the time. You know, one of the gas tanker lines you see. So where are you headed? Where are you delivering?
I just dropped off. I do only Walmarts or Murphy's. I just dropped at Ruskin. I am almost back to the Port of Tampa to fuel up, and then I'm headed to Port Charlotte.
Wow! Oh, wow! So you just dropped what, 8,800 gallons in Ruskin?
Exactly.
And then your next. You already know your next load is going down I-75 to Port Charlotte. Are you going to have an FHP escort? Do you know?
No, the escorts are only going about 60 miles away. Past that, they're not allowed to go.
Gotcha.
So is there somebody that's going to pick you up once you get into Charlotte?
No, as far as an escort?
Yeah. Maybe Charlotte County Sheriff's Office will be waiting down there. You know.
I don't believe so. I haven't had that yet.
Okay.
Honestly, the traffic hasn't been that bad, so
excellent.
I really don't even need the escort.
Hey, Scott, I know I speak for many, many people. Thank you for all the tanker drivers again for what they're doing, running round the clock to restock all these gas stations.
Well, we're running 12-hour shifts, and I'm sure I speak for most of the drivers, if not all, when we say thank you for, letting us get where we need to be. These trucks are almost 70 foot long, and it's not easy sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, listen,
absolutely.
Scott, listen, keep your eyes on the road and your mind on your load, man.
You got it, brother.
Thank you,
You
Scott.
got it, brother. You guys have a good day.
Look
Thank
at that. An actual tanker truck guy just dropped off Ruskin. He's going back to the rack to refill another 8,800 gallons and get that down to Charlotte County. Look at that.
It's from an old Johnny Cash trucking song.
Watch, what is it?
Keep your eyes on the road and your mind on
the load in the back. Do you know how many first responders left their families during the aftermath and to go serve the public? So many police officers, fire, rescue, and sheriff's office employees left their families to go take care of the citizens of their cities and counties.
And your heart's at home. It's tough for them, but they have to go in to have their duty, and they do it.
Tammy is in Tampa. Hi, Tammy. You're at the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hi, good morning, MJ. Yes, I'm in South Tampa, right off of Manhattan and Gandy. The Tampa Village South, across from Kindred. I've been there 30 years, no power.
Yeah, right next to Oak Keller.
Exactly.
Yeah. I know exactly because that's been my post office since 1994.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe you two can go buy stamps sometime.
Yeah, so no power, but I'm getting through it. I'm a nurse here at Tampa General, so I never wanted to come to work so bad in my life.
Wow.
Just for the air conditioning.
I have air conditioning. I can charge my cell phone. I'm good to go.
Now, Tammy, at TGH, are you an emergency nurse or?
No. I work in colorectal surgery, so I'm more of a triage nurse.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Tammy, thank you for calling in. I hope you have your power back today.
Me too. Thank you, MJ.
Thank
Love
you.
your show.
Thank
Bye.
you, Tammy.
Wow.
What?
I mean, I guess the butt doctors
are you fixated on colorectal?
Of all the jobs, I guess the butt doctors are working too after the storm, right?
Oh,
People need little looky-loos, right?
We all need them at some point.
I know.
Life.
I mean, hurricane just rolled through. Let me get a peek in there. What we got going on there?
A little hurricane colonoscopy special going on. Teresa and Brandon. Hi, Teresa. You're on the MJ Morning Show.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to not be a downer or anything, but I still don't have electricity. We live in Brandon near Lakewood. and I'm okay, and it's been out since Wednesday afternoon.
So Wednesday afternoon, power's out. And give me the major cross streets in Brandon. Where are you near?
Lakewood and MLK,
All right, so-
near Sefner.
Yep. All right. What about General RV? Do they have power there?
I was there on Saturday, and they were operating off of a generator.
Off a generator.
We had no air. We had just some computers and most of the outlets running.
Yeah.
But, you make do with what you have. Listen, Teresa, they say by Thursday everybody will be back up. Mentally, when I heard that over the weekend, I was preparing to be out of power until Thursday.
Yeah, same with us.
But,
Yeah, right. I know.
It was such a treat. It was for us to get power back on at 9:22 yesterday morning. It was it was way faster than I thought we'd have power back.
But when I heard them say we'll have it all back by Thursday, I'm like, I'm going to be the last house.
Yep.
And I just meant I mentally.
I'm trying not to be negative that way, but we do have running water, so that's a plus.
Teresa,
and,
I'm saying
you know,
be positive that way. I mean, like, hey, listen, by Thursday you'll have it back. I mean, and a lot of folks have it a lot worse than we do with water and power issues.
Absolutely. If we had both, that would be a little rough. But I'm from Miami and been through a lot of hurricanes, so kind of used to it in a way. But we'll be excited if we get it today.
I'm guessing you're from Miami. I'm guessing you're off of near Miami Gardens Drive.
No, North Miami. I lived in about 4 generations of relatives from Miami that were born there and everything. But we've all moved away, most of us.
Gotcha. Hey, thanks for the call. I was just taking a stab. I had relatives off of Miami Gardens Drive.
Yeah, unless you have a Cuban accent, there's really no Miami accent.
Melinda in Clearwater. Melinda, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hey, MJ. Melinda had to take her dog out. My name is Larry. I'm her fiance.
I was gonna say, Melinda. Melinda, you've got a deep voice, Melinda. All right, so
I hear you.
Oh, this is Melinda.
She lives on the border of Dunedin, and her address is actually in Clearwater. And I had to come and stay with her. We hadn't had power since Wednesday night, Thursday morning. But I had to come and stay with her because I actually live in Hudson on the water. And, of course, the first hurricane took my house, everything in the house.
So you're from an A zone in Hudson, west of 19, obviously, and your home was wrecked with Helene.
Yep. It took everything in my house.
Is the structure going to be repairable?
Yeah, the structure is going to be repairable. I was able to save my car, my truck, my boat, and my wave runner and my kayak. Everything else is gone besides the structure of my house.
All right. Now, did you have FEMA flood insurance for the home and the contents?
Oh, you know what? I've owned the house for 12 years, and this is the first year I did not have flood insurance.
Oh, man. What do you think your total losses are? What's your estimate?
Yeah, it's a long story, but it is what it is. But
how much in damages? What do you think your total loss is going to be?
Oh, Lord. 50,000, just guessing.
Oh, jeez. All right.
Yeah, maybe. But I have a business in Lakeland, and next thing you know, when the Milton went through, it flooded the whole inside of my office, took all my furniture, all my computers, everything. And in the warehouse, I actually own a Serpro franchise, and it took all my 30 dehumidifiers on the floor, a lot of air scrubbers. So here's all this equipment I need to help people. And
that's like the worst business to have ruined.
Yeah,
because people need that.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my gosh.
Tell me about it. So I got double whammed.
Wow. All right, buddy.
But anyway,
keep.
But she has no electricity. We still don't have electricity.
Thank you. Hopefully, it'll be today or tomorrow.
I hope so.
Fingers
Thanks,
crossed for
MJ.
you guys. You bet. Thank you. Let me grab. How about Karen in Brandon? Karen, hi. You're on the MJ Morning Show. Welcome.
Hey, guys. We don't have electricity where I am, but the worst part of it is our pump station doesn't have electricity. So we have raw sewage coming up through the manholes throughout the community.
Yeah, that sucks. And that's one of the reasons why they tell you try not to, try not to walk through, water of unknown origin. And that's exactly it. The number of, sewage issues. Exactly.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It really is.
I wish you the best, and listen, we'll all get through this. We're gonna return to normalcy. It's just gonna take a little bit of time for us to all bounce back here.
Yep, for sure.
Karen, did you ever hear the expression, someday we'll look back at this and laugh?
No, I don't. No, we're not going to. Fester, we're
someday
not,
you're going to chuckle about the turds floating down your street.
No, she's
after
we're
the
not.
hurricane.
No, we're
No, really, I'm not.
no, Fester. No, we're not going to laugh.
Remember that raw sewage?
No, Fester, tell you what, you go into your little shell and laugh.
Poop, there it is.
Yeah, poop, there it is. Oh, great! Now I got Roxanne getting in on it. Thank you. I wish you the best. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck. No one's gonna laugh about
remember back in 2024 when the little turd burglars were just rolling down the street?
Now, time heals wounds.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, yeah.
There's no doubt about it. The time we're gonna come back. We're gonna rebuild.
Oh, that's a much better. That's a much better expression than someday we'll look back and laugh. You're right.
Hey,
yes, time heals wounds. No one's looking back and laughing.
That might be the one I meant to say. That's a much better one.
That's what. Listen,
wow.
I'm here to correct Fester's faux pas.
That does make a lot more
sense.
sense.
What? If Fester owned a dog grooming place, it would be called Faux Paws.
Yeah.
P-A-W-S.
That's funny. That's funny.
That's a really good name.
Actually, I see that in your future.
That's a really
You're
good
not
name
even
for-
like
Listen.
loving dogs, but they got something there.
Faux Paws. Let me grab Regala or Regla. I'm sorry, Regla in Tampa. Regla, hi, you're on the MJ Morning Show.
Regular or unleaded?
It's Regla.
Yeah, Regla, you're on. Go ahead.
Regla.
Regla.
Hey, have two things. I still don't have power, but I'm not complaining about that. I was able to camp out of my office the whole weekend and then would go home and sleep. There's a gas station right at the corner, so I was watching it the whole weekend. They were 3:05 in the morning on Saturday morning. I guess before they knew they were getting gas, they bumped it up to $3.69. So I paid $3.69 for gas.
Yeah,
for regular, it seems like on the high end.
Yeah, the regular should be around $3.13, $3.15 right now. Thank you, Regla. I'm sorry to hear that. Sheriff Chad Cronister, Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, phoning in. Sheriff, welcome back to the MJ Morning Show.
Always great to talk to you guys. Thank you.
You've had a ton of praise, you and all the other agencies, but we had a lot of HCSO praise and TPD praise this morning from people just, calling you guys godsends and thanking your agency.
I tell you what, I'm proud of them each and every day, but the way they've handled these last two storms is just next level. I mean, sleeping on floors, being away from their families, experiencing damage themselves, but they never stopped. They never lost focus. I mean, they're still out there. We have all hands on deck. We brought A and B shift in to cover the demand, covering traffic lights. No more rescues per se, but still being out there helping a community in need where they had to evacuate to make sure we have a heavy presence there to make sure that no one's looting. I gave a commitment that I would protect people's personal belongings if they took care of themselves. And I'm happy to report not only how proud I am of the sheriff's office, but proud I am of this community. We haven't had one arrest for looting since we declared a state of emergency.
That is incredible. And listen, I'm proud and honored to be part of your honorary deputy program. I joined some of your finest on Saturday. I joined Sergeant Jeff Catlin and Corporal Tim Miskell and their gang unit. I joined their cut team and helped cut debris with them on Saturday. And your team was fantastic.
They're incredible. We are literally cutting our way into some neighborhoods. I mean, down to 93,000 people without power, and it's because we have to get these trees off the lines and working with TICO. We're literally police escorting TICO into the places that need it the most. We are escorting, and I've spent the last 2 days, some of it, escorting fuel trucks to get fuel there and help organize traffic. We have deputies now at the gas stations to try to make it more organized, to get people the fuel that they need. Wherever that priority is, MJ, that's where we're going to redistribute our manpower and be there.
We had a guy call this morning that met you so I want everyone to know that Sheriff Cronister was in the field with his men and women of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office during this whole event. We had a guy call this morning that met you at a gas station, I think out in Sefner or Dover, and took a selfie with you outside of the bathroom at a gas station that you were visiting.
Yes, him and his son, I remember that.
Yep.
I took a lot of photos, and it was nice. It's nice to see this community come together, and especially now as we heal. We're going to a lot of the comfort stations. We have a lot of people who want to cook out, barbecue. I'm getting ready to head up to Mort Elementary. We're going to feed first responders and those people who were really deeply affected in the university area. You know, these are people that don't live paycheck to paycheck, but live day to day, and the little bit that they had, they've lost everything. So we're getting goods and food and supplies up there to make sure we're there to help them heal a little better. Be that just symbol of comfort and light for a better day.
Fester, you have a question?
No, a comment. Sheriff, over the weekend, I got to meet some sheriff's deputies from Bay County and Oskaloosa County. And just the presence of these other counties coming into Hillsborough and the surrounding areas to help out must mean so much to you guys.
We have 75 deputies from 7 different agencies, and that's what I think sheriffs do a great job. And this is the first time in my 33 years that we've ever had to ask for help. You know, we're very large. We're the 3rd most populous and largest sheriff's office in the state. And I was addressing them last night. We fed them all last night, and I went to just to say thank you. And you know, we're not used to asking for help. We're used to the ones that are sending deputies all around to help. And those 75 deputies have been instrumental. And I can tell you what, when you talk about cut teams and the machinery that they're used to having the storms in North Florida coming down, they've been a godsend.
I put a picture of me with the cut team on my Instagram at Certified MJ Radio, and I had to blur out a bunch of faces because they're UCs, you know. But it was great. If you want to take a look at the picture, Certified MJ Radio, and it was just great working with your guys on Saturday. So thank you, Sheriff. Roxanne, question?
Yeah, just a real quick thing, Sheriff. I've noticed when people are at lights, when the lights are out, they don't know what to do sometimes. And even when your guys and your men and women are there, some people are just speeding right through. Some people come up on you. If you do stop, you're afraid you're going to get rear-ended. Can you just let the public know what we're supposed to do when the light's out?
Yes, and that's a great point. Thanks for bringing that up. Yes, any light that's inoperable, you must treat it as a 4-way stop. And I've seen it too. I've done a couple traffic stops like, hey, because there were some near head-on collisions, and we're working too many accidents just because of that. People are in a hurry. I don't know where they were in a hurry to go. There was nothing open. No one had power. Like, where are you in a hurry to go? But again, you must treat it as a 4-way stop. Yesterday it was down to 300 inoperable intersections. I think we're down to 95. So again, they're making a lot of great progress. I think in the next couple of days, we'll have power, everyone will have fuel, and then it's time to find some sense of normalcy as a lot of portions of our community begin to heal.
Sheriff Chad Cronister, Hillsborough County Sheriff. Thank you, Sheriff. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks for all the support, guys. Stay safe. Have a great day.
Thank you.
You too.
All right, 9:30. I've got Donald J., Marilyn, Kim, Charlene, Jolene. Andrew is still screening additional calls. I don't have their names up yet. We'll grab your calls next. If you're on hold, Clearwater, Tampa, St. Pete, Largo, Tampa. If you're on hold right now, don't lose your spot. We're going right back to your phones next here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Carpets. It is Lurleen, and we're all set. Everyone held. Let me go right back to phones. I love Lurleen. We should have named Chloe Lurleen.
We should have.
Michelle, what were we thinking? Hey, our gym's open today. They've got power. Got to make sure that, hey, Michelle, can you text me? Michelle, are you listening? So I'll see you at the gym. When we sign off, I'm heading over to the gym. I haven't worked out now, so nothing last week. So, again, trying to get back to normal here. Let me grab Donald in Clearwater. Donald, hi. Thanks for holding. You're on the MJ Morning Show.
Good morning, MJ. How are you today?
We are well.
That's great. I'm glad that a lot of people are good. Just wanted to say, I've been in my house for 35 years. Was built in 89, right before the codes changed. Luckily, it was still well built. I had no damage, but a lot of houses in my neighborhood are severely damaged with trees falling. And just the main thing, people just got to prepare and don't panic. The gasoline, that was crazy Friday and Saturday. It's better Sunday and way better today.
Yeah, we're hearing, again, we've had reports since 6 a.m. on how much better the gasoline situation is getting. So, Donald, where in Clearwater are you where you have tons of trees down?
Actually, I'm at work in Clearwater. I live in St. Petersburg.
Gotcha. Where in St. Pete are you? Where's your house?
54th Avenue and 34th Street area.
I'm sorry. If you said it, I'm getting all these texts in, so I apologize. I thank you, Donald. I appreciate you checking in.
All right, thank you.
I thank you. Jay in St. Pete. Jay, you are on the MJ Morning Show. Hi, Jay.
How you doing, MJ?
Doing well. Go ahead, Jay.
Hey, I just wanted to let people know that I am thoroughly appreciative of all the emergency responders that have come out and done their job. But early Thursday morning, probably around 2:45 in the morning, I got a call from a neighbor who was in knee-deep water. He had a 100-pound German Shepherd. He called for assistance. They couldn't get into him. They couldn't help him because he didn't have a crate for his German Shepherd.
Wow.
And this, that, and the other. So I went out and got him to my house to where I wasn't taking water at the time. Eventually, my house took about an inch of water. We live on Lake Coronado in Pinellas Point, close down by the Skyway, and it only flooded because of all the rain.
Yeah, so Helene was the storm surge, and Milton, it was really just the excessive rain and the runoff and the watershed issues that really inundated a lot of areas with just the excessive amount of rain. Jay, thank you very much, and thanks for helping your neighbors.
Well, I don't condone anybody going out and being crazy, but I'm ex-military, and I just couldn't stand by and let someone suffer in their house when I could do something about it.
And listen, that's what neighbors do. If you can do it without endangering your life, hopefully, listen, you stepped up at a time when someone needed you. And what branch of the military were you in?
I was in the Navy.
All right. Thank you, my friend. Thanks, Jay. Thanks for listening. Marilyn is in Tampa. Marilyn, MJ Morning Show. You're up.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Fester.
Good morning, Marilyn.
And I am extremely grateful for all the first responders and everything they do. But I also think that we need to be grateful to these men and women that are running these gas stations, running what restaurants have power and can be operational, because a lot of us are working 14, 18-hour shifts, 7 days a week, trying to do our part. And I mean, like I said, I am extremely grateful to the police, the first responders, paramedics, everybody who's been, doing what they do. But I think we need to, be appreciative of other people who are stepping up and getting customers yelling at them because it's taking too long when you got two people literally running an entire restaurant. I am grateful to the Waffle House on Hillsborough, who knew I had been working all day and refused to let me pay for a meal and said, no, we're not going to take your money. And I am extremely grateful to that Waffle House because they did something sweet. And I think we need to appreciate these workers. I have a tree in my house. I have no water. I have no electric. I'm staying in Orlando. I'm driving 2 hours to work, working 14 hours.
Marilyn, where's your house in Tampa that has a tree through it?
I'm right outside West Chase, off of Sheldon Road, and I got a big oak tree that took me and my neighbor out.
How much of the house is damaged?
It took out my 2 storage sheds behind, my entire back porch, and my kitchen.
Wow. Is it repairable, or you think it's
They don't know. The appraiser for my insurance company, I have literally called him twice to tell him I can't make it because I'm in my store at 4:30 in the morning. I'm leaving 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, driving back to Orlando, so I have not reset it.
Who's your insurance company, Marilyn?
Who's State Farm?
All right. So, listen, hopefully State Farm steps up. My parents had some water damage with State Farm over in Fort Lauderdale from, some of the heavy rains they had a couple of months back. And I got to be honest, State Farm has been dragging their feet. My parents have not been happy with State Farm at all. And they were not like a good neighbor. State Farm has not really been there for my parents. I think they're getting a little closer now, but they were put through like 5 different adjusters. I mean, really just dragging my parents out. So I don't have a lot of great things to say about State Farm right now. Hopefully they step up for the people in the Tampa Bay area. But Marilyn, thank you. I wish you the best.
Thank you, dear. You guys have a great day.
Thank you. Kim is in St. Petersburg. Kim, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Good morning, everybody.
What do you have for us, Kim?
I didn't know if you guys mentioned this morning or if anybody called in about it, but I got an email last night from Hillsborough County regarding the wastewater, and they said that 300 of their wastewater pumps are down with no power. It's like 33% of the stations or something like that. So to reduce water usage, showers, bathing, things like that. And I don't have power. I live in the Bloomingdale area but work in St. Pete. So I didn't hear if anybody brought that up, but thought I would mention it.
No, I think it's a very good point. And you're Bloomingdale. What are your big cross streets?
Bell Shoals and Bloomingdale.
Okay. So is anybody on with power in that area? Is it spotty, or is a lot of the area right there still out?
A lot of the area has power, but like in my area, we had power through the hurricane, lost it on Thursday afternoon, and my outage area is like 62 people. So there's a lot of like little green blobs on the TICO map that are people with less than 100 or less than 100 people without power. So I assume they're working on the bigger outages first.
Thank you very much. I wish you the best, Kim. Hopefully the power's
Thank
back
you.
when you get home from work, okay?
Appreciate it. Have a good day, guys.
You too. Hey, want to just recognize that Governor DeSantis was all over the Tampa Bay area over the weekend. President Biden flew in and surveyed damage. At this time, just cast all politics aside. And I don't care who's in the White House, just federal aid, federal working with state. There should be no politics here.
Hand in hand to help the people.
Just let's get back on our feet.
Any libertarians stop by?
RFK with his brain-eating infestation. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. But listen, it was good to see the president on the ground here in Tampa. I saw a couple of pictures online with him and Mayor Castor.
Yeah, and DeSantis was all over the place.
And the governor.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I think the governor's been doing as good a job as he could have been doing under the circumstances.
I think that
I'm no shield for anybody in elected office.
Listen, when it comes to stuff like this, we don't do a lot of politics. We do almost no politics on this show. I got all that out of my system with 22 years of my afternoon show, and I got fed up, and that's why I stopped my afternoon show. Yeah, with 75 affiliates, I just walked away and said, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. So notice
a no-win situation.
Yeah, we're like
right?
we're like politics free on the show, and I just want to recognize that I think that Tallahassee and DeSantis, they've done some very good mobilization, and whatever federal aid we can get, let's obviously get that ball rolling. But it was good to see, regardless of politics, DeSantis on the ground and Biden on the ground. All right, 9:47 at the MJ Morning Show. Back to phones. Danny in Clearwater. Danny, MJ Morning Show, you're up.
Good morning. Just the Thorntons at the corner of Duncan and Gulfster Bay is open. They have gas, and it's $3.19 a gallon.
Yeah, that's where it should be. And then what kind of line? Is it manageable?
Yeah, I mean, there was cars at the pumps, but no line.
Yep, that's what we're talking about. So we're starting to normalize. We're starting to see.
Sign, yeah.
We're starting to spread out. More stations are open, and we're starting to have gas filling normalcy without a half mile to a mile of lines going on. Danny, good report. Thank you. Owen is in Plant City. Owen, hi. You're on the MJ Morning Show.
Hello.
Owen, how old are you?
I'm 11.
And are you at home or in a car right now?
I'm at home.
And what did you want to tell us, Owen?
Well, I live in Date City, and we drove down Clinton and on.
It says Plant City, so you're in Dade City.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And we drove down Clinton, and I think it was Circle K.
Yep.
The gas station, and the line had to be at least a mile long.
All right, so you're saying the Circle K in Dade City on Clinton. How long ago was this that you saw the huge line?
Yesterday.
Okay, all right, that was yesterday.
Yesterday around town, Owen, there were a bunch of individual stores that had gas where you had to have police presence out there and long lines and people waiting a long time.
I think I would love to know what the Circle K line is doing in Dade City now, but I'm guessing it's probably a little less. Owen, thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, have a great day.
You can't have Owen ride his bike out there and give us a live on the scene report?
Charlene in Largo. Hi, Charlene.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
I've been listening and to all of your stories this morning. First, I want to say, God bless all the people who are helping others and doing without power. My story is quite amazing. I live in a manufactured home community. I evacuated to my daughter's. She lives off of Almerton, south of Almerton, about a mile in Pinebrook Estates. Never lost power.
Wow. We've had plenty of those stories. Roxanne. Mm-hmm. I'm sitting right across from the lovely Roxanne, and
I'm powerful. You've been powerless.
Yeah.
Not once did you glitched a couple of times, right?
I didn't even glitch.
Oh, hold on. You didn't even glitch?
No.
She saves her glitching for you.
Yeah. Well, so
hold on. What word rhymes with glitch?
Itch.
Witch.
Stitch.
Stitch. Witch.
You.
Snitch.
Anyway.
So anyway, also came back to my home in my manufactured home community. Very, very minimal damage.
Excellent.
And we had power back by noon on Thursday. So
what year is your home, your manufactured home? What year is yours?
My manufactured home is 1986.
Oh, so you're even pre-Andrew, so you don't even have the latest in manufactured home.
I guess not, but my gosh, I mean, it's amazing. I didn't know what I was going to be coming home to, but no damage whatsoever.
All right, thank you, Charlene. I'm glad you checked in, and thanks for listening. Keep in touch, okay? Let me grab Jolene. Is that Jolene and not Jolene? Jolene?
It is Jolene, and I get that all the time.
I was about to say, MJ, she's heard that every day of her life, probably.
Little Dolly Parton Jolene going on.
Really, I do. I have to. Sometimes I just say, just call me Jay, and that's quicker and
There you
easier.
go.
But
And you're in Tampa. What do you want to report to us?
well, actually, I do want to say that I do appreciate everything that everyone has done as far as the responders, everybody that got us up and running as far as power as quick as possible. They did a great job. But I wanted to ask if you know, I'm without internet or Wi-Fi with no update as to what's going on. Do you know, or any of your callers know, have they heard anything with getting that up and running?
All right. So again, a lot of areas have internet. Well, it depends. Let me give you my little rundown. In my neighborhood, during the whole storm, I know that during Helene, when we were underwater, I never lost Fios. Verizon Fios, which then was purchased by Frontier, and then Verizon is purchasing Frontier back again, so it's going to be back to Verizon Fios. During Helene, we had 3-4 feet of water in the street and never lost internet with Fios. So I'm a big fan of. I've always been a big fan of Fios. Spectrum was out, so in my neighborhood, all cable and internet was out with Helene, and also was out with Milton. Now, I will tell you that Spectrum worked hard to get back online because I have Fios, Frontier for my internet, and I have Spectrum for my cable TV. And when I was doing my afternoon show from my home studio, I had both. I had Fios and Spectrum as a backup, and now I didn't need the backup, so I just stuck with my Fios. Listen, they're working diligently to get all of these utilities back up and running, and it's just going to be a matter of time with certain areas. But when my power came back at 9:22 yesterday, I had Tico back, my Spectrum cable was working, and my Frontier Fios was humming along at a gig speed. So you just got to be patient, Jolene, okay?
Okay, I sure will. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Elizabeth in East Tampa. Mary Elizabeth, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Final call. Oh, hang on a minute. I took the wrong line. Hang on. Line 2.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Mary Elizabeth. You're on.
I appreciate what you're doing. Hey, listen, the Walmart on Hillsborough and 15th is giving away free ice. They're also washing people's clothes and folding them. And they have a shower if people in the neighborhood need a shower. The 7-Eleven at 56 in Hillsborough, the gas is $3.07. If you remember, it's $3.02. And there are not any lines. It's actually very, very open.
Yeah, and we're getting reports all morning long that the gasoline situation seems to be leveling out, which is fantastic. Hey, thank you very much for the call, and have a great day, okay? Good information.
Thanks, you too. I love you guys' show.
Thank you very much. Vicky and Lutz. All right, final call, Andrew. If I got to cut things off. Hey, Vicky, you're the last call today on the MJ Morning Show.
Hi, MJ. Thank you for taking my call.
Yep.
I just wanted to get on here and see if there's anybody that works for Tico that's hearing our call. I live at Lake Carlton Arms on Van Dyke Road, and everybody had their power restored but 386 of us, and it's on one street.
Yeah, it's got to be something with a transformer. It's got to be something equipment related. Vicky, they know you're out, and trust me, they want to get all 386 of you back online. But listen, you just put the word out, and somebody inevitably heard it, but they know you're out. Trust me, they're trying to get you up and running.
Thank you, MJ.
All right.
Thanks for taking my call. You all have a good day. Thank you to
too.
everybody that's helping each other.
You betcha, and that's what we need to do. Everyone help each other. And you heard the sheriff. There were no looting arrests, which is fantastic. All right, Buccaneers yesterday.
They played a game?
Yeah,
I didn't
Buccaneers.
have power. I didn't see any of it.
Buccaneers in New
neither.
Orleans. Yeah, 51-27, just clobbered New Orleans. And I don't know if you heard Coach Bowles yesterday.
I mean, it makes it extra special for these guys. You know, the biggest thing, a lot of them were playing with heavy hearts, just seeing what was happening in Tampa Bay and hearts pour out to the city. It's a tough city. It's a strong city. We don't know what we're going back to, but in our small part, and this time we wanted to win one for the city, and we're going to try and help any way we can when we get back. So after going through a week like this and coming out on top, it made the guys feel special.
There you go. Coach Todd Bowles, Tampa Bay Buccaneers with a decisive win in New Orleans yesterday.
Thanks a lot, Coach. Good job.
Win one for the Tampa Bay area. Yeah, it would have sucked if we would have got clobbered,
We're already beat down.
Yeah. All right, folks, we'll see you back here tomorrow. Just be safe, be kind, and we're on the road to recovery here in the Tampa Bay area.
And?
What?
And?
What?
Let's be.
I'm not there yet.
Get the most important thing.
I'm not there yet.
We can't have a premature, let's be careful out there. Let him get to it.
My email is wide open. Anything you want to report to my email, mj@mjmorningshow.com.
What about your Instagram? Give that out again, too.
I have a lot of videos. Got a lot of videos from the storm on my Instagram.
I have a funny boob meme on mine.
Certified MJ Radio is my Instagram. Also, my DMs are open. You can send me a message via DM. Certified MJ Radio on Instagram. Give me a follow. Also, MJ Morning Show on Instagram. Roxanne is Roxanne Wilder on Instagram.
And in my stories is where
and
you're
you're
going to see.
And you're showing your boobs on Instagram?
No, look how funny that is. It's a boob meme about power.
Put it on the page, not in your story, so it stays there.
All right, folks, have a great day. We'll see you back here tomorrow. MJ Morning Show on 104.7 FM, Q105. And Roxanne, let's be careful out there.
Hear the latest MJ Morning Show podcast on the Q105.